Senate chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia.
The Senate will come to order. The senators will take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Good morning, senators. Good morning, guests. The senators and those, if you are able, please rise. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Sherman Davis of Tabernacle Baptist Church in King George. Following the prayer, if everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Senate Page Melanie Carpenter of Buena Vista.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we do bow in thanksgiving. We thank you, Lord, for the wonderful privilege we have to approach your throne of grace and to make our petitions known unto thee. You have exhorted us to, first of all, supplications and prayer and intercessions, and the giving of thanks be made for all men, for all that are in authority, that are, Lord, give us peace, lead us a quiet and peaceable life, and all godliness and honesty. For this is good, the Scripture says, and acceptable unto you, Lord God, our Savior, who have all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. There's one God, one mediator between God and man, the man Christ Jesus, who gave himself a ransom for all. Thank you, Lord. And so, Lord, your word says the king's heart is in the hand of the Lord. As the rivers of waters, he turneth it whithersoever he will. So we ask, Lord, that our officials and elected to represent our Commonwealth folk, Lord, that you would just have their heart in your hands, that you would lead and guide and direct. And so, Lord, we ask you now. I know that sometimes, many times, oftentimes, we become enamored with our own cares, with our own crises, with our own concerns, our own ambitions. And we are busy with the wood, the hay, and the stubble of this life. Restore, we pray, our concerns for your heart. cries for the things, Lord, that you would have us to do. And we are, Lord, mightily return to you and do the things that you command us to do. We love you today, Lord Jesus, because you first loved us. Thank you again for our elected officials. Thank you, Lord, for the wisdom that we pray you give them to do the job that, Lord, you've called them to do, serve our Commonwealth. And we ask it in Jesus' wonderful name for his sake. Amen and amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Monday, February 17, 2025.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, no 6.
Ayes 33, no.
1.
Ayes 33, no 6, R36-1. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Chair recognizes again the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Good morning, Madam President. Thank you for the shout out.
Good morning.
Madam President, I move to waive reading of the communication from the House of Delegates.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
We do not have any, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that we suspend the rules and grant the privileges of the floor to certain distinguished persons.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the privileges of the floor granted to a distinguished person? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended. The privileges of the floor are granted. Chair recognizes the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we've had before us this year Senate Joint Resolution 342, and it's my honor to welcome Colette Sheehy and her guests on the floor of the Senate today.
The senator may continue.
Today I apologize, Madam Chair. Today we're celebrating Colette's retirement and over 40 years of service at the University of Virginia. She's the Senior Vice President of Operations and General Government and State Government Relations, Senior Vice President of Operations and State Government Relations, and was one of the first women to be appointed as a Vice President at the university. Her work at UVA has made the university what it is today. We are joined on the floor today by Colette's husband, Glenn Good, the President of the University of Virginia, Jim Ryan, Executive Vice President and the Senior Advisor to the Board of Visitors, Leonard Sandridge, and Chief of Staff, Penny Cabanis, who was a former House Clerk a few years ago, a couple years back. And we've got some guests in the gallery from the university, and I'd ask them to rise. Connor Andrews, Fran Bradford, Betsy Daly, who's another old friend of ours, Alexis Earnhardt, that most of you know, Bethany Hurley, Margaret Gundy Nolan, and Laura Novi. I'd ask the clerk to read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 342, commending Colette Sheehy. Whereas Colette Sheehy, Senior Vice President for Operations and State Government Relations at the University of Virginia, will retire on June 30th, 2025, after nearly 43 years of service. And whereas a native of Freehold, New Jersey, Colette Sheehy earned a bachelor's degree in economics from Bucknell University and a master's degree in business administration with a concentration in finance from Rutgers University Graduate School of Management. And whereas Colette Sheehy came to the University of Virginia in 1982 as an entry-level budget analyst and assumed various roles in the university's budget office over the next 11 years, prior to her appointment as Vice President for Management and Budget in 1993. And whereas one of the first two women appointed as Vice President at UVA, Colette Sheehy was promoted to Senior Vice President for Operations and State Government Relations in 2015, overseeing a large and diverse portfolio composed of critical support functions essential to the university's day-to-day operations, including business services, facilities management, the Office of the Architect, the Office of the University Building Official, real estate and leasing services, and state government relations. And whereas Colette Sheehy has partnered with colleagues across the university's grounds to support institutional priorities and UVA's mission, among many other initiatives, by executing the university's capital program, maintaining and caring for the university's physical plant, including the many historic buildings and the academical village, a UNESCO designated World Heritage Site, developing and implementing ambitious sustainability plans, and creating a roadmap to construct additional on-ground student housing to support the university's living and learning community. And whereas Colette Sheehy's expert diplomacy, collegiality, collaborative spirit, and deep understanding of the dynamics between state government and higher education in the Commonwealth have earned her the respect and trust of many members of the executive and legislative branches of Virginia government, and allowed her to work across party lines to advance higher education in Virginia. And whereas, working with her colleagues across the Commonwealth, Colette Sheehy was the chief architect and negotiator of the Restructuring Act of 2005, pivotal legislation redefining the relationship between the Commonwealth and public institutions of higher education, as well as the university's subsequent management agreement with the Commonwealth. And whereas, a respected leader in higher education across the Commonwealth, Colette Sheehy has been a longtime leading member of the Commonwealth's Council of State Senior Business Officers, including serving twice as president and the State Council of Higher Education for Virginia's Finance Advisory Committee. And whereas, beyond her service at UVA, Colette Sheehy has worked vigorously to enhance relationships between the local community and the university, and to demonstrate the university's commitment to the health and prosperity of the Commonwealth by serving on various boards and commissions, including the Board of Directors for the Charlottesville Regional Chamber of Commerce, Emily Corrick Leadership Forum, Central Virginia Partnership for Economic Development, Virginia Retirement System, Virginia Discovery Museum, and Leadership Charlottesville Alumni Association. And whereas, in recognition of her tireless efforts and her diligent stewardship of university and state resources, Colette Sheehy has received numerous awards over her remarkable career, including a Thomas Jefferson Award in 2021, the highest honor given to members of the UVA community who have exemplified the principles, ideals, and mission of the university in their character, work, and influence, and the Samuel R. Crockett Award from the University of Virginia's College at Wise in 2019. And whereas Colette Sheehy has enriched the lives of many across the UVA community and beyond through her mentorship, compassion, and dedication to the university, her generous support of colleagues and students will have an enduring positive impact on the university and its faculty, staff, students, and alumni for decades to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of Virginia, the House of Delegates concurring, that the General Assembly hereby commend Colette Sheehy for her decades of exemplary service and devoted leadership, as well as a career defined by excellence and an unwavering commitment to advancing the University of Virginia and public higher education across the Commonwealth. And be it resolved further that the Clerk of the Senate prepare a copy of this resolution for presentation to Colette Sheehy as an expression of the General Assembly's admiration and gratitude for her commitment, leadership, and many extraordinary contributions to both the University of Virginia and the Commonwealth.
Please join me in the well of the Senate. Just very quickly, let me pull my notes off. Look at all this that has been said about you. That's how awesome you've been. And the fact that you're here being recognized in this very hallowed chamber means something. And you have your husband here. Thank you, sir, for allowing her to serve. And because as one of the first two women in your position, you understand that you set the ball rolling and you set the standard. And so you had to be the best, the top of your game. And so you were. And now you are Madam Senior Vice President. And I note that it's been said of you that you had much diplomacy and collegiality and collaboration. And how awesome is that at a time sometimes when we are lacking in it. Thank you for showing us the way. We're so glad that you're here and to have presented this to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, and now the Senate will be at ease so that they may come and speak to you themselves. Thank you. We have arrived at the time in our morning hour when we will discover who all of our beautiful guests are. And the normal procedure is that your senator will rise and tell us who you are. And when you hear your name or your organization called, please rise at that time so we will see you. But if you will hold your applause until after I officially greet you, then we will applaud you together. And so I do now call on the senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise for 2 introductions.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members, we had Pastor Sherman Davis from the King George Tabernacle Baptist Church today to give us our invocation. He is up there. Madam President, he has been the pastor at the Tabernacle Baptist Church since 1979. And in short, I will just tell you that he has a very large and thriving church. But the thing I like about Pastor Davis the most is he has never had a bad day in his life. And when you see Pastor Davis on the street and you say, Pastor, how are you today? And it's a great day to be alive under the Lord, Richard. And I don't care what kind of day you're having, he makes your day better. Madam President, I hope that we will offer him the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank you again for coming, Pastor, and for your very well said prayer. Thank you. We absolutely need prayer as we continue. We have a little bit longer days before us, and then we're done. We're so glad to see you and for the sacrifices that you make in your neck of the woods and elsewhere. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Again, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members, in the gallery today, we have outstanding youth representatives, their families, and members of the Virginia Horse Council Board of Directors. They're part of the 2025 Virginia Horse Council Youth Recognition Day. There they are. Madam President, I know that everybody in here knows they are the voice for promoting, improving, and expanding the equine industry in Virginia, and we have all benefited from their advocacy and education on horses in the state of Virginia, not to mention we've had a lot of pleasure on going on these trail rides. And Madam President, if you've never been on one, and I hope they're still going to do one, you should take advantage of that because you learn a lot about the horse industry and rural Virginia, and I think that's a great thing. So, Madam President, I hope that we will offer them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Indeed, thank you for coming, and we are so grateful for the contributions that you make to our economy and the jobs that are created, and we are, again, glad to see you today. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. The Senator from Richmond, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for 2 introductions.
The Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. My first introduction is for Chesterfield County Supervisor Jim Holland, if he's in the gallery and will stand. There he is. And I believe he's also accompanied by his lovely wife, Judith, and other members of our Chesterfield County delegation. And we are honoring Supervisor Holland for his many, many accomplishments. There is a commending resolution that our House colleagues have put on the calendar for today. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge all of the leadership and the work that Jim has provided, not just to Chesterfield County, but to the entire Commonwealth. Jim is an Army veteran, an accomplished accountant, and a faithful public servant, and he served Chesterfield County Board of Supervisors since 2008. He was the first African American to serve as chair of the board, and he's made remarkable contributions to ensure that in Chesterfield County that we are honoring the contributions of our Black history and ensuring that there are scholarships. He is responsible for expanding the celebration of Juneteenth in Chesterfield County and continues to be a very prominent and honored voice. Jim Holland was elected to represent Dale District on the Board of Supervisors, and he's been serving his constituents now for 17 years, and he's been board chair in 2014, 2021, and 2024, and served as a vice chair in 2010 as well as 2022. By demonstrating an unwavering commitment to enhancing the lives of others, Jim Holland has truly embodied the ideals of public service, has worked tirelessly and effectively to make Chesterfield County a wonderful place to live and learn, work and play. He's been an inspiration and a mentor to many, including myself. Madam President, I ask that we give Jim Holland, Supervisor Jim Holland, the warm welcome of the Senate.
Mr. Supervisor, thank you so very much for coming, and we're so grateful for the service that you have given to your community and others who are looking to see how does one do this job, and it's more than a job to you, it's really a service, which means you're sacrificing. And thank you, his lovely wife Judith, as you were introduced, for allowing him to make the sacrifices for his Commonwealth. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one more introduction, and this is introduction for Jack George. Jack is participating in my office's shadowing program today, and he is a 10th grader at Henrico High School in the Center for the Arts Specialty Center. He's come down to the General Assembly building before to advocate for issues that he is really passionate about. He's so involved in his community. He's helped on many campaigns. He's advocated at his local school board, and he represents young people all across Virginia who are looking to be active and engaged members of their community. Jack decided to participate in the shadowing program because he's eager to learn more about our state government, about how we do the work we do, and why the state legislature is absolutely critical for Virginians and for our democracy. Madam President, I ask that we give Jack the warm welcome of the Senate.
Well, hello, Jack. I've often said I don't know what I was doing at your age, but this wasn't it. And yet here you are doing it. You're doing the work. And what you are showing is what I've always said when I meet people of your age. It's that whatever it is you want to be, try to get an internship in that area. Even if it's mopping the floors, you will get some kind of wisdom, some kind of knowledge from what you do. Thank you for being there and helping the senator. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Senator McDougall, the senator from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for two introductions.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'm told in the gallery we have a group of individuals from Leadership Hanover. If they could please stand. Madam President, if you could thank them for making the long 20-minute trip from Hanover to visit us here at the Capitol. Madam President, we have a great group of very well thought of individuals in Hanover, and we're happy that they're coming down. Hopefully they'll get to see us in action shortly.
I thank you for coming, and I know that the senator meant it in jest, that you are 20 minutes down the road and you're here, but I have found many people who are within 10 minutes of this building and have never come, never realized that, yes, they're absolutely welcome to their Senate. So we're so glad to see you and to let us know your views on the issue. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have a second introduction.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, we also have with us a group of realtors from the Hampton Roads area, and specifically the Williamsburg Area Association of Realtors. Madam President, on behalf of Senator Diggs, Senator Jordan, Senator Locke, and Senator DeSteff, if you could welcome all those from the Williamsburg Area Association of Realtors, the Peninsula Association of Realtors, Chesapeake Bay and Rivers Association of Realtors and Eastern Shore. So everybody in Hampton Roads. So they're going to get back with their snow plows and shovels and toboggans here for the rest of the week. But Madam President, they're here to talk about housing and real estate and opportunities that are available. And I want to give a particular shout out to the Williamsburg Area Association, who is celebrating their 70th year being an organization. And Madam President, Ms. Brooks, who's the president, has been in the region and serving realtors since the late 1880s. So 1880s. Her family, not her. Madam President, in the historic triangle, we believe in celebrating our history. So if you could give them the warm welcome of the Senate and tell them to be safe as they return east.
I was about to say, whatever youth serum you were using, we needed to get that bottled very quickly. But we're so glad to see you as well, and we know that you help those of us, so many of us, who the very first purchase of our home will be the biggest purchase that we will ever have to do, and so we rely on your knowledge. And then there are some of you in the commercial real estate industry, and you help businesses on how to navigate. We're so thankful for your knowledge, and of course for the jobs that you provide and welcoming us to your various communities. Senators, let's give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for two introductions.
The senator may say on.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the first introduction is of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated is the first international fraternal organization to be founded on the campus of a historically black college, with the desire to ensure the brothers living across the Occoquan River had a fraternal anchor closer to home in the community where they lived, worked, and served. The Psi Alpha Alpha chapter was formally established in January of 2004. Since then, the Pi Lambda Lambda chapter has served the Prince William County community and beyond through their contributions through education programs like the College Endowment Fund and the Charles R. Drew Scholarship Commission, local health initiatives as the Charles Drew Blood Drive, AIDS awareness programs, and the American Diabetes Association Partnership, social action programs including assault on illiteracy, Habitat for Humanity, volunteering time to charities and less fortunate individuals, mentoring and participation in fundraisers for charities such as the American Diabetes Association, United Way, and sickle cell anemia. A talent hunt competition that provides exposure, encouragement, and financial assistance to talented young people participating in the performing arts, as well as uplifting the importance of civic engagement through voter registration, education, and mobilization. For these reasons and more, I ask that we give them a warm Senate welcome.
Welcome, brothers. We are so glad to see you. One aspect of the service that we hear the senator has mentioned is, of course, Charles Drew, and it being Black History Month, we know he didn't just contribute to Black history, it was American and indeed world history when he discovered the different blood types as well as banking and blood transfusions, and here you are continuing that legacy. Thank you so much for what you do in service to others. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Again.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, today in the gallery we have Julie Porto. Julie has recently been named Virginia Lawyers Weekly's 2024 Leader of the Year, a prestigious honor recognizing her exceptional contributions to both the legal profession and the community. Virginia Lawyers Weekly's Leaders in the Law program is its premier event celebrating attorneys who set the standard for the legal profession. Honorees are chosen based on their significant contributions to advancing the practice of law, improving the justice system, and making a meaningful impact within the legal community. Julie has made a significant impact in the appellate civil matters and personal injury law with years of expertise in defending and prosecuting appeals. She's known not only for her legal skills, but also for her leadership. As a national chair of the Riot Hail Crime Victim Litigation Group and her ongoing efforts to support victims' rights. Her dedication to the legal community is further demonstrated through her role as a member of the Virginia Bar Association's Appellate Section Council, along with her regular teaching and writing on appellate law. My husband, Jeff Foy, also asserts that she is the best soccer player that we have in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I ask that we give her a warm Senate welcome.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for all that you do in the legal arena, victims' rights, justice, all of that. We're so glad to see you, and we have enough lawyers in this body and across the hall that I'm sure maybe you can lend some of that advice to us. Senators, let us give her the warm welcome of her Senate. Senator French, the senator from Shenandoah. Your microphone, Senator.
Madam President, I rise for announcement.
The senator has the floor.
As the senator from Rockingham explained yesterday that the Virginia Poultry Federation and the West Rockingham Ruritans were going to do barbecue chicken, I just want to let everyone on the floor know that it's been delivered and it's in the conference room back here. And I don't like talking about something that I don't know about, so I went ahead and had mine, and it's worth the calories, so please make sure you get yours. And also, just a little, I know we're going to hear some other stuff, but there is some Victory ice cream on the way back to that you may need to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Perry, the senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, today we have in the gallery two of my constituents, Milo and Jeff. If you guys would like to stand up. And I've known Milo and Jeff for quite some time. Milo is a junior at the North Star School who is passionate about advocacy for those with disabilities. Their passion stems from their empathy for others and their own disability, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, EDS. Milo has been working to raise awareness about EDS, and if you all will recall, we passed a resolution earlier this session designating May as EDS Awareness Month. EDS is a collection of disorders that weaken connective tissues like the skin, joints, and blood vessel walls. What this really means is people living with EDS often face chronic pain, joint dislocations, and in severe cases, life-threatening vascular complications. Milo has their own story, but EDS is widely misunderstood and underdiagnosed. Patients spend years looking for answers, visiting countless doctors before finally receiving a diagnosis. Thanks to Milo's advocacy, hopefully we in Virginia can be a part of a movement to help people get the care they need and deserve. I am deeply appreciative of their work, and I know their community is too. But we don't do anything alone. Milo is also here with Jeff. Jeff is a very proud father to two incredible kids. As with so many, life has thrown his family some curveballs, but through it all, his family has grown stronger. Despite the daily challenges that come with EDS, Jeff has watched Milo find the strength to advocate for everyone in need. He's truly proud of everything his children have done and continue to do to make the world a better place. I hope we can all take inspiration from Milo and Jeff and remind ourselves why we are here, to give a voice to those who cannot stand up for themselves. Madam President, I hope you can give Milo and Jeff both the warm welcome of their Senate.
Thank you, Milo, for coming and let us know all about EDS. And we're sorry for the pain that you do suffer, but because of what you are doing and bringing attention to that which you have, unfortunately, we will know even more about it so that it won't take as long as you've experienced to discover what it is, so that, it ails us, so that we can achieve, some alleviation of the suffering much quicker. We can reach a diagnosis much quicker because of your efforts. And thank you for your children. Jeff. Senators, let's give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Craig, the senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you. you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In recognition of the first ever Filipino American Day, we have in the gallery distinguished guests from across the Commonwealth, including representatives from the Philam American Community Action Group from my district, 19, as well as esteemed leaders from Filipino American organizations across Virginia, including Filipino American Association of Central Virginia, Culpeper Filipino American Community, Philippine American Community of the Peninsula, Council of United Filipino Organizations of Tidewater. These outstanding organizations are dedicated to empowering the Filipino American community through advocacy, education, and cultural preservation. Their collective mission is to create a strong, unified voice while celebrating their invaluable contributions to Virginia's cultural and civic landscape. Madam President, I ask that you give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Indeed, we're so glad to see you, and I cannot believe that, as the Senator has said, this is the first annual Filipino Day. I am surprised because I know if we look in our journals, when we were first hearing you in the gallery, it has been a long, long time ago. We'll have to look and see so that maybe we will say it's not actually the first annual, because we know that you are always here advocating on issues that matter. And we're so glad for what you do in your local community as well. I know that for myself. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. The senior senator from Enrico, Senator Bagby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, joining us in the gallery, if they will stand, are students, staff, and faculty from Virginia Union University, led by their president, Hakeem Lucas. And I may get off script a bit because I was looking up, and I kept looking up at President Lucas because he looked a little uncomfortable a moment ago because the bros were sitting next to him of Omega Psi Phi, and he is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha. And I noticed as soon as they got up, he told his students, come forward so that they don't get those seats back. And so I am thrilled that they are here today joining us in the gallery. As you all know, they are celebrating 160 years of excellence here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And since 1865, the Virginia Union has been making a huge difference, not only in the city of Richmond, but in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And many stories will go back to Lombardy, and even more stories will go back to the Devil's Half Acre. And so if you don't know the rich history of Virginia Union University, I would encourage you to not only study and learn about the university, but learn about those individuals that have come from the university, like Spotswood and Henry Marsh and Doug Wilder and your good friend Joe Ellison and so many other individuals that have matriculated and not only graduated from Virginia University, but also have made significant contributions in so many fields in the Commonwealth. And so the people that are here today some are at the beginning of their journey, and some are right in the thick of things. But all of the individuals here today are proud Panthers of Virginia Union University. And Madam President, I hope that you will give them a warm Senate welcome.
Welcome, Mr. President, and welcome, students. You know, the senator has said 160 years of excellence in your school. And you were begun in 1865 by a group of people determined that they would have an education, because an education lifts all boats. And here it is, you're preserving that legacy, and it must continue, and it falls to you to do so. And Mr. President, I know that football championship helps a great deal, you know, to brag, and so there we are. So along with your athletics and as well your academics, what a wonderful school. And you've produced so many leaders, including the first black governor ever in these United States. How proud. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Ayer, the senator from Eastern Henrico.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It is an honor today to recognize the incredible work being done by communities and schools of Richmond and Petersburg. And if they're here, I'd ask that they please stand. Communities and schools and their 5 other affiliates across Virginia are doing vital work to ensure that every student, no matter where they come from or the challenges they face, have the support they need. Through dedicated site coordinators and strong partnerships with schools, communities and schools provide students with the resources to break down barriers, stay focused, and reach their full potential. Madam President, I had the opportunity in the interim to visit a number of my schools where communities and schools is the partnership that occurs. And when we talk about making sure that students don't fall through the cracks, those interpersonal relationships inside inside and outside the classroom, and making sure they have that wraparound service that can be so critical to their success. Communities and schools plays a huge part in that, and so I'm thrilled to have them at the Capitol today advocating for the resources that they need to allow for this work to go on. And so I ask that you join me in giving them a warm Senate welcome.
Yes, thank you for all that you do in our schools. We've heard that sometimes our school boards, they have the very many children that they have to be responsible for, some in the 40,000, 10,000 students. Indeed, it is a community, and there you are, and you provide and help to find, whether it's an internship, an apprenticeship, mentorship, we all need some kind of ship to launch. So do the children. Thank you for what you do. Senators, let us give them the warm welcome of their Senate. Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
I rise for an announcement.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today starts the day of being victorious and restoring victory to the upper chamber. Now, let's give it up. Stand tall. Come on. Madam Chair, Madam President, we have heard from the lower chamber all the insults, the underrepresentation, the lack of respect for the upper chamber for 9 whole years. For 9 years. And when I was brought in this chamber here, I was brought here to pass impactful legislation and to win championships. Last night, we're gonna save that for later. This is a joyous hour. We're gonna rejoice right now. Leadership made it perfectly clear that our goal was to win the championship. Now, the first session was challenging, but I was encouraged by the competitive spirit that this body displayed. The next session, determined to change the outcome of the previous year, we fought a tough battle, but we just came up short. However, we have much to look forward to, and I could sense the championship was just beyond our reach, but we were close. We had work to do. So during the last session, each member received basketballs. I asked members to dedicate a few minutes each day to familiarizing themselves with the game of basketball. Surprisingly, the members went above and beyond, dedicating hours to learning the game. I even heard some members dug out old VHS tapes of Pete Maravich, AKA Pistol Pete. What you know about Pistol Pete? I encouraged members to start cardio training. Now, we weren't going to be anybody if we couldn't run up and down the court. Members, again, exceeded all of my expectations. Members were using the stairs in the GAB. I saw members refusing to get on the elevators. I saw some even take the stairs all the way to the 14th floor. We were on a roll. Now, if you include the calorie deficit diet that Madam Clerk incorporated in the chamber, we couldn't be stopped. Now, I asked members to give it their all during practice, and they responded with even more effort. They attended every session and put in countless hours of, bounce passing, free throws, and boxing out. The atmosphere was electric in practice, and I could sense the determination in their eyes. But a championship was within our grasp, and I recognized something was still missing. I knew that to win a championship, we needed something more. We visited the lowest level of the GAB, where we met the hard-working pages responsible for keeping the players fresh and hydrated. They showed us how they grab food, drinks, protein shakes, granola bars, and icy hot ointment, ensuring each player had everything they needed. They also made sure to provide knee braces, mouthpieces, and on occasion a pick-me-up talk. Each year, these pages created fantastic posters and came up with incredible cheers. Peak is peaking is my favorite. Peak is peaking. That was my favorite chant. Only to be disappointed that the change that we were seeking, we just always came up short. Well, finally, last night, our MVP, Senator Sturtevant. Senator Sturtevant, let's give it up for our MVP. He suffered a black eye. He has the mark to prove it as well. We won the championship last night. That's right. And that championship was for every member and staff of our offices and a member of this chamber, the upper chamber. This was for you. And so, as we all stand, everyone please stand. Please stand. Please stand. We stand victorious with our heads held high, celebrating our first championship in 90 years. Thank you, Madam President.
I am sure it will lie in the rotunda so that I'm overwhelmed. I think I shall call on instead Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria. Your light is lit, sir. Overwhelmed. Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise for an announcement.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, as you know, last night we had a rather late set of meetings. Because we had finance after courts of justice, we had to vet all those people starting at 4 o'clock. We were unable to certify judges after the meeting. And I just want to note, as an aside to what the Senior Senator Virginia Beach, or the Junior Senator Virginia Beach just said, I was kind of disappointed that Madam Chair of Finance did not call up Delegate Rasul's bill at the end of the docket. So we could have got him out of there about 8:30 last night. But in any event, we have to certify judges today so that we can have our judicial election tomorrow. So upon completion of the morning hour, we're going to take a 5-minute recess to have a meeting at my desk to certify judges so that Ms. Hurd can go and prepare the judicial resolutions for tomorrow. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew we're going to do that really quick, and then we'll get to the calendar as soon as we're done with that Courts of Justice meeting. That's the announcement, Madam Chair.
If the senator will remain standing, is there any other business to come for the morning hour? Hearing none, Senator Saravel.
Madam President, I move that we stand in recess for 5 minutes so we can have a meeting of the Courts of Justice Committee.
The Senate stands without objection at recess for 5 minutes.
Senate calendar for Tuesday, February 18th. Page 4, unfinished business House. HB 1601, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 38, no 0. The Senate insists on its request and respectfully requests committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 1743, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate insist on its substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute on House Bill 1743 and request a committee of conference? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1969, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Again, Senator Lucas.
Yes, ma'am, Madam President. And again, I move that we insist on the Senate substitute and request a committee of conference.
Question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1970, the House has rejected the Senate amendment.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 2308, the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator Sturreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I would move that we insist and request a committee conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute for House Bill 2308 and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and respectfully requests a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 1729, the House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Lucas, of Senators DeSteff, Deeds, and Pillion. House Bill 2077. The House has rejected the Senate substitute, acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate as named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Lucas, or Senators Locke, Marsden, and Pillion. House Bill 2303. House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate as named by the Chair of Finance, Senator Lucas, of Senators Hackworth, Deeds, and McPike. Unfinished business, Senate. Senate Bill 875 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation the House substitute be rejected, I move the substitute be agreed to. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill has passed both chambers unanimously. We've been continuously working on the final date, and so the House agreed that they don't even agree with the date that they have put on this in the substitute. So we're going to reject it and work it out in conference.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur.
Senate Bill 936 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator Craig, the senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. With a recommendation that the House committee substitute be rejected, I move that the substitute be agreed to and speak into that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. My bill 936 was reported out of Senate Finance and Appropriations with a substitute on a vote of 15-0 and passed this body 40-0. The House committee struck lines 83 through 92, which deleted the enactment clause and the stakeholder meeting, and then inserted that the provision of this act shall become effective July 1st, 2026. Madam President, for these reasons, I ask that we reject the House substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the substitute proposed by the House of Delegates? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate rejects the substitute proposed by the House.
Senate Bill 937 has passed the House with amendment.
Again, Senator Craig.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House committee amendment and speak into that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment simply just allows the child care portion to be removed due to the funding constraints if a provisional license is issued.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 949 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the Senate agree to the House amendments and speaking to the motion.
Senator may continue.
Madam President, this was a bill dealing with federal tribal recognition in the Commonwealth. And as we had some attorneys scrub it, they thought we needed to change a few words. So we struck inherent and added back tribal nations in the Commonwealth. Again, I move you agree to the House amendments.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments on Senate Bill 949? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs with the amendments proposed by the House of Delegates.
Senate Bill 1055 has passed the House with amendments.
The senator from Western Prince William, Senator Rome.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the Senate concur with the House amendments and speaking to that motion.
The senator may say on.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Madam President, these amendments strikes on line 22 for use as a cemetery on lines 22 and 23. So the bill, which is intended to allow descendants to have interment rights on public property, can petition to do so even if the cemetery did not have the intended use as a cemetery when held in the trust of a county, city, town, or locality. The committee amendments came up. The first part of it was a recommendation from the DLS Council, and the second part of it was a recommendation from the delegate from Chesterfield, Delegate Coiner, who's worked with me on the underlying legislation that we drew this to in the first place. So with that, Madam President, I move to renew my motion and say yes to concurring with the amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendments? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1105 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House substitute, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The House substitute adds 2 additional lines on our original bill. This is the Right to Contraception Act. We added on lines 38 through 39 that nothing in this chapter shall be construed to permit or sanction the performance of any sterilization procedure without the patient's voluntary and informed consent. Madam President, we added that amendment to the original bill at the request of some House members from the other side of the aisle, and this now puts us, the Senate bill, in full alignment with the House bill. And I renew my motion that we concur with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1282 has passed the House with a substitute.
The senator from Stafford, Senator Durant.
Madam President, I move that the Senate concur with the House substitute, and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. 1282 aligns localities with the federal government's transition to the National Fire Incident Reporting System to the National Emergency Response Information System. The House amendment in lines 66 to 70 clarifies that the Fire Services Board will set the reporting requirements. The original language simply referenced board policy and did not specify which board. So respectfully ask my colleagues to concur with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate concur? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1393 has passed the House with a substitute with amendment.
The senator from Norfolk, Senator Williams Graves.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that we reject the amendment, I move that we pass the amendment. And speaking to the motion.
Yes, ma'am. The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 1393 has a couple of DLS errors. This particular bill was originally written under the authority of the Department of Health, and it was requested to have been changed over to DMAS. And so there are a couple of areas in the bill, in the language, that did not reflect that change. So we need to do that in conference.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 1, noes 37.
Ayes 1, noes 37. The Senate rejects the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1408 has passed the House with a substitute.
The senator from Orange, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that we concur with the House substitute in speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this just pulls in line. It fixes an error that we had in our side that had to deal with contaminant release with regard to sediments. Also changes adverse effects to serious adverse effects. I would ask that we would concur with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1418 is passed the House with a substitute.
Senator Ayer, the senator from Eastern Henrico.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House substitute and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this substitute simply puts into alignment the companion bill that we've already passed out of this body, House Bill 1614, to clarify the number of doula visits during the postpartum period.
The question is, shall the Senate concur on the House substitute for Senate Bill 1418? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1484 has passed the House with a substitute.
The junior senator from Loudoun, Senator Srini Vasan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House substitute and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The House substitute for Senate Bill 1484 simply confirms the bill to House Bill 2255 by directing the fees collected through the hospital and nursing home licensure into a newly established fund titled the Hospital and Nursing Home Licensure and Inspection Program Fund, rather than directing them into an existing special fund within the Department of Health. The intent of the bill remains the same and will give the Board of Health the authority to establish a fee schedule for nursing homes via the regulatory process, such that the fees are able to support the cost of the Office of the Licensure and Certification, certifying nursing home licensure and inspection. That's a substitute, Madam President, and I ask for its adoption.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1228. The House insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
Senator Ayer, the senator from Eastern Henrico.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate accede to the House request for a committee of conference and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. There are still some minor technicalities in this legislation that we should be able to iron out pretty quickly, but I'm hoping that we can do so by acceding and getting it in conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference on the bill.
Conference on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of General Laws, Senator Eben, or Aird, Rouse, and Pillion. Senate Bill 7, we're awaiting House action on the next section of bills. Page 18, uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 2252.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Madam President, I move that all the House bills on third reading on the uncontested calendars on pages 18 through 60. House Bills 2252 to House Bill 2774 be advanced to their final passage in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. Any senator desiring to move the bill from the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 18 through 60, House Bill 2252 through House Bill 2774, be placed upon their final passage in the block with any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the number of the bills.
House Bill 2252.
Madam President,
For what purpose does the senator from Chesapeake rise?
can this bill be removed from the block and carried by for the day while I prepare a floor amendment?
Without objection, House Bill 2252 is out of the block and by for the day.
House Bill 1549, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 1582, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute. House Bill 15...
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1583, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Surreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Madam President, I would move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1587, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1589, reported for the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Surreville.
Move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1635, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1636, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1647, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 1646, reported from the Committee on Education. House Bill 1674, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1683, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 1685, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1694, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with the substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The senator from Richmond, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1695, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Again, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the committee substitute.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1740, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1777, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services. House Bill 1783, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1793, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 1803, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 1805, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1815, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendments and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Madam President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, could this come out of the block before the adoption of the amendment?
Without objection, House Bill 1815 is out of the block.
House Bill 1829, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1834, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 1836, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 1844, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with amendment, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 1853, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 1860, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1861, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1877, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1878, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1880, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1881, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1892, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1895, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1897, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1898, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1900, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1902, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1904, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1910, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment.
Again, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 1915, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. Can that bill come out of the block and go by temporarily?
Without objection, House Bill 1915 is out of the block and by temporarily.
House Bill 1918, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 1933, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and from a Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The senator from Charlottesville, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the committee substitute from the Committee on Commerce and Labor be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute from Commerce and Labor be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Madam President, I move that the amendment from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the amendment now from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 1936, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 1937, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1945, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1976, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 1993, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2013, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2040, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2046, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben. The senator from Eastern Henrico, Senator Aird.
Madam President, can this bill come out of the block and by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 2046 is out of the block and by for the day.
House Bill 2051, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2055, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2082, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2103, reported from the Committee on Education and Health, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator Stewart, the senator from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd move we waive reading of the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The Stewart floor amendment is waived.
Thank you, Madam President. This underlying bill actually directs the Department of Education to give credit, 1 year of credit for teacher salaries per 2 years of work experience when you're going to be a teacher in the career and technical education field, which makes perfect sense. The House put a reenactment clause on this bill, and I'm not sure why they did that. We desperately need teachers in the career and technical education field, and I think that this would help a lot in all of our jurisdictions. There's no fiscal impact. I do have the fiscal impact statement on it. And so I'd ask you adopt the amendment, which removes the reenactment clause.
The question is, shall the Stewart floor amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2105, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute.
Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Floor substitute.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that the substitute from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services be rejected, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from Rehab and Social Services be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The substitute from Rehab and Social Services is rejected. Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I waive the reading of the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the Favola floor amendment be waived? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Those opposed, no. The reading of the Favola floor amendment is waived. Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that the floor amendment be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What the floor amendment does is it makes it very clear that the jail superintendent of a regional or local jail shall report to the primary law enforcement agency in the jurisdiction where the facility is located, or to the Department of State Police if there's an act of violence within that jail. Secondly, the floor amendment requires the regional correctional facility to adopt a policy for the procedures of the investigation of the act of violence and to report that policy to the Board of Local and Regional Jails on an annual basis starting January 1, 2026. That is the floor amendment, and I renew my motion that it pass. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
I rise to ask if the senator.
Will the senator from Arlington rise and yield for a question?
Yes.
The senator from Arlington yields. The senator from Lynchburg has the floor.
Where does the patron stand on the floor amendment?
The senator from Arlington has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a discussion with Delegate Kent, and she, interestingly enough, she herself was fine with the language She was continuing to work with stakeholders, but at this moment, she's aware it's coming and did not have any specific suggestions. So I'm not sure where we're going to end up, but we're in a good place right now.
For what purpose does the senator from King George rise?
Madam President, would the senator yield for one last question?
Will the senator from Arlington yield?
Yes.
The senator from Arlington yields. The senator from King George has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Was this actually an amendment requested by the supervisors of a couple regional jails?
The senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. The bill was requested by a Commonwealth attorney in the Northern Neck area. Some of the superintendents were consulted, not all. It's a very diverse group of jail superintendents. So that's my understanding is that most people can live with this. Most stakeholders can live with this. That's my answer.
Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the Favola floor substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2109, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I address HB 2109, if we could just go back to HB 2103, can we, I ask that we take it out of the block and buy for the day.
Let us finish the calendar, Senator, and then we'll come back to that.
Okay, thank you. For HB 2109, I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2119 has passed the House, it's been reported from the House reported from privileges, let me try again. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health. And House Bill 2156 has been reported from the Committee on Education and Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2161, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2201, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Again, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2205, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 2211, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 2219, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 2226, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Again, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2234, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 2253, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 2254, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 2255, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 2261, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 2265, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2269, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2307, reported from the Committee on Finance, on Education and Health. House Bill 2309, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2319, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2321, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2360, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2375, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2378, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2384, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendments.
The senior senator from Enrico, Senator Bagby.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the amendments.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 2401, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the committee substitute from the Committee on Commerce and Labor be adopted.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from Commerce and Labor be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The substitute from Commerce and Labor is rejected. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the committee substitute from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute now from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2419, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2420, reported from the Committee on Commerce, Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2423, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 2446, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee amendment from Education and Health be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendment from Education and Health be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2448, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2452, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 2457, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services. House Bill 2468, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2463, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2489, reported for the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2501, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The senior senator from Enrico, Senator Bagby.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2503. Okay. Reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 2534, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2548, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with the substitute. And there is a floor substitute.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. I've been working on this bill. I have the cognate. With a recommendation that the amendment from the Committee on Education and Health be rejected, I move that the amendment be agreed to, or the substitute be agreed to.
With a recommendation that the substitute from Education and Health be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Substitute is rejected. Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be rejected, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Again, with the recommendation from substitute from Finance and Appropriations be rejected, the question is, shall that be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The substitute is rejected. Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President, rather. I now move that the floor amendment be waived. The reading of the floor amendment be waived.
The question is, shall the reading of the Favola floor amendment be waived? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. What this amendment does is it contains the language that both bodies have adopted and all the committees have adopted that have seen the bill, with one small exception. On line 33, which is the second enactment, it removes the phrase "and implement." The content of this floor amendment actually tracks with the content of the bill itself, and the intent of the bill was to create a uniform curriculum for the LPN program in our community colleges, and that the uniform curriculum for the LPN could be automatically transferred to an RN degree offered by the community college system. So that's the content of the bill. That's the content of this floor amendment, with the exception of the request that we remove "and implement" from line 33 after "shall develop." Having explained the floor amendment, I move its passage. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2598, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2601, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2606, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Hashmi, your previous that you wanted to pull out of the block, I believe. No, we're not done. Oh, we're not done. I'm sorry. It's a lot.
House Bill 2610, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Senator,
And a floor amendment.
the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute from the committee be agreed to.
Which committee?
From the Committee of Education and Health be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute from Education and Health be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the amendment from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendment from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam.
Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the reading of the floor amendment of the floor substitute be waived? Floor amendment be waived?
The question is, shall the reading of the Rouse floor amendment be waived? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of this amendment is waived. Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the amendment be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This floor amendment on line 361, substitute after organization and insert by such date, it just clarifies the date of implementation for the state contracted PBM. As you all are aware, we rejected the House's date for the PBM, and so we will go to conference on the agreed date, but both bills will have this technical amendment by such date, which clarifies the implementation of the state contracted PBM.
Question is, shall the floor amendment now be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2617, reported from the Committee on Rules with an amendment.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Madam President, I move that the amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2627, reported from the Committee on Rules, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator Bagby, the senior senator from Noriko.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the Bagby amendment be waived? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator Bagby.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we pass that amendment and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, the amendment simply states 3 members of the Senate Committee on Transportation appointed by the Senate Committee on Rules, and just so that we have our proper proportion.
The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 2617, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2640, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2645, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Bill 2649, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2659, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Senator Bagby, the senior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2686, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2721, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 2730, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Surreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
I move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2742, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. House Bill 2749, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with the substitute.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2753, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with substitute.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 2754, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services. House Bill 2756, reported from the Committee on Transportation. House Bill 2774, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a subcommittee.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to return to page 39, and I move that HB 2103 be taken out of the block and go by for the day.
Without objection, House Bill 2109 is 2108.
2103.
2103.
2103, thank you.
2103 is out of the block and by for the day. Senator Ayer, the senator from Eastern and Rico.
Madam President, I ask that we return to page 41 and that House Bill 2201 come out of the block.
Without objection, House Bill 2201 is out of the block. The question is, shall the remaining House bills in the block pass? That is, all bills except for House Bill 2252 on page 18, which is out of the block and by for the day. House Bill 1815, which is House Bill 1815 on page 25. House Bill 2046 on page 37. House Bill 2103 on page 39. House Bill 1915 on page 33. House Bill 2201 on page 41. Some of which are out of the block and by for the day. Others out of the block and others by temporarily. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Turning to page 25, House Bill 1815.
Madam President.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, I apologize. I probably could have done this in the block, but with a recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the House, that the Courts of Justice amendment be rejected. Speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
This is the House cognate to my Line of Duty Act bill for private colleges and universities and private police departments like Wintergreen. This conforms it to the version of my bill that has passed this body. So the Courts of Justice Committee tried to do me a favor by conforming her bill to mine. I didn't want it conformed. So I would ask that it be rejected.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur on its committee amendments on House Bill 1815? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate rejects and does not concur with the amendments proposed by the House of Delegates on House Bill 1815.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass, having just explained the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
On page 33, House Bill 1910. 1915.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. If that bill can go by for the day, that would be wonderful.
Without objection, House Bill 1915 goes by for the day.
On page 41, House Bill 2201.
The senator from Eastern Henrico, Senator Aird.
Thank you, Madam President. With a recommendation that the substitute be rejected, I move the substitute be agreed to, and speaking to that motion. Yes, we previously accepted, and I need to reject it.
So we need to reconsider it.
Okay, so
Reconsider the vote.
Madam President, I move that we reconsider the vote in which we accepted the substitute for House Bill 2201. Having voted on the prevailing side in which we accepted the substitute for House Bill 2201, I move that we reconsider that motion.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2201 was, the committee substitute was accepted, the question is, shall the vote by which the substitute on House Bill 2201 was accepted be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Aird.
Madam President, I now move that with a recommendation that the substitute be rejected, that the substitute be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 2201 is a cognate to my Senate Bill 1230. It's returning to this body in the proper form, and we need to send it back in the form that it is currently in. And so I hope that we can move forward with rejecting the substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the committee substitute on House Bill 2201? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The substitute is rejected from the House.
Madam President, I now move passage of the bill.
The question is, shall the bill now pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Page 61, regular calendar, House Bills on third reading. House Bill 1600, a bill relating to trigger activator definition penalty, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Perry, the senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the substitute from the Committee from the Courts of Justice.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is Accepted. Senator Perry.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is a bill that I have the Senate cognate. This is the House cognate to this bill. What this bill seeks to do is it seeks to add on to, last year I passed a bill dealing with auto sears. Those are devices that change a firearm into an automatic firearm, like a machine gun. These are other devices, trigger activators, and the bill defines them that act in the same mechanism, turning a firearm, often through a 3D printed device, into a automatic firearm. With that, I move passage.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 1869, a bill relating to purchase, possession, or transportation of firearm, assault, and battery of a family or household member or intimate partner penalties. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Again, Senator Perry, the senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the committee substitute from the Courts of Justice. I take that back, Madam President. Madam President, I move with the recommendation that we reject the substitute from the Committee on the Courts of Justice, I move the substitute from the Committee of Courts of Justice.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from Courts of Justice be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The substitute from Courts of Justice is rejected. Senator Perry.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that we accept the committee substitute, I move the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The question is, shall the substitute from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Perry.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, this bill is the House cognate to my Senate bill that is colloquially referred to as the boyfriend loophole bill. This is a bill that seeks to close the boyfriend loophole. The bill does a little bit more than that. It moves cases of people who have an intimate partner relationship down to the Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court, where those folks can deal with probation officers who have special training in domestic violence and judges who have special training in helping victims of domestic violence. I changed the bill a little bit from last year, and that is the substitute that you see here that we accepted previously. And what I did was I took that definition. It can be challenging to define the type of people that you want to be in juvenile and domestic relations, but not be too over-encompassing. And so I changed the definition slightly from last year to be more in line to mirror the federal definition that passed on a bipartisan basis out of Congress with the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act with lots of Republican votes to ensure that we are coming in closer to try to make sure that we are protecting the individuals who are in those intimate partner dating relationships, but who are not cohabitating or do not have a child in common. With that, I move passage of the bill, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
House Bill 2638, a bill relating to conservation and replacement of trees during development process. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources, and from, that's it.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill expands localities' authority to conserve or replace trees during the development process by allowing localities to establish higher tree canopy replacement percentages based on density per acre. This supports localities' efforts to achieve stormwater nutrient reductions, mitigate urban heat islands, increase resilience to climate change, including reducing coastal and inland flooding and mitigating air pollution. And I reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
House Bill 2657, a bill relating to involuntary manslaughter, certain drug offenses, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
I move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute from Courts of Justice be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Surville.
Madam President, I move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the cognate to Senator McDougal's bill having to do with felony murder and fentanyl. We just conformed it to the version that passed the Senate so that we can put this thing in conference if the House does not agree with our point of view about it, which is what I expect will probably happen. But just to remind everybody, this is the version that says that in order to be able to charge felony murder, you have to be able to show that fentanyl was the sole cause of death. It has to be a minor that passed. You can't pile on with additional offenses. There's a safe harbor provision for people reporting, et cetera. So I hope we could pass this, keep this process moving along.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The bill passes.
House Bill 1718, a bill relating to Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act enforcement by localities, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This bill is identical to one that we passed last year with bipartisan support that makes it clear that if there's a fire hazard or serious threat to the life, health, safety of tenants or occupants of a premises, that a locality may institute an action for injunction and damages to enforce the landlord's duty to maintain the rental property in a fit and habitable condition. It was supported by more than 40 organizations, including those representing both renters and landlords. Again, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
House Bill 1719, a bill relating to Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, landlord remedies, noncompliance with rental agreement, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
This is identical, HB 1719, to Senator Rouse's SB 812, which we passed. This bill would increase from 5 days to 14 days the mandatory waiting period before the landlord may pursue remedies for termination of the rental agreement after serving written notice on a tenant notifying the tenant of his non-payment. And the idea is to allow more time for them to come into compliance.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 1727, a bill relating to establishment of parent and child relationship, persons who committed sexual assault, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading of the Deeds substitute will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The substitute is agreed to. For what purpose does the junior senator from Loudoun rise?
I'm sorry, Madam President, I rise, and I may be out of order here, but I rise to speak in opposition to the floor substitute.
The senator from Charlottesville has the floor.
Yes, Madam President.
Want to go back for the day?
The senator from Charlottesville still has the
Just go ahead
floor.
and do this. 1727 had as its purpose preventing a person from being who was raped from co-parenting a child with the rapist. Now that's already the law if the rapist has gone through a trial and been proven beyond reasonable doubt to be guilty of sexual assault. That's already the law. This would set up a process for a second or for another trial to be held, a quasi-criminal trial in the juvenile court where a person's found to be guilty of sexual assault by clear and convincing evidence, a lesser standard, but still a high standard, and it would terminate that parent's rights. This bill was very unusual, and I've been here for a number of years. It's one of the first times I've ever seen the Office of the Executive Secretary of the Supreme Court appear in opposition to a bill. And they appeared in opposition because it sets up a quasi-criminal trial, unlike anything we ever done before. What this substitute does is it allows that process to go forward, but it simply says that a person who is found guilty of sexual assault by clear and convincing evidence is no longer a person of interest and therefore is not eligible to be a co-parent. What it doesn't do, it doesn't terminate their rights, and that, importantly, in my view, and in the view of a lot of people, is it keeps the child's best interest at the heart of the matter. And here's the point. If a parent's rights are terminated, that parent no longer has an obligation to support the child, to pay support. And if the parent, even the rapist, is hits the lottery before they die, the child is an intestate, has some rights under the laws of intestacy to benefit. If the parent dies, or if even the sexual assaultant dies or becomes disabled, the child might be entitled to SSI benefits if SSI continues to exist in the future. Who knows whether that will be the case? But in any event, the executive secretary says this is better, but it's still not. It still has a lot of the same problems the other bill had. This is an effort to continue to preserve the intent of the bill, which is to set up a process to allow a person to prevent a co-parenting situation with a person who's not been convicted of rape, but who's been proven by preponderance of the evidence to be guilty of sexual assault, to prevent co-parenting, but to allow that children's interest to continue to be paramount.
Your motion, Senator?
I apologize. My motion is to adopt the floor substitute.
The question is,
Madam President.
the senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Perry.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to speak in opposition to the senator from Charlottesville floor amendment.
The senator may continue.
Floor substitute. Yeah, Madam President, thank you. Madam President, this floor substitute is a floor substitute that is not wanted by the patron of the bill, and she's adamantly against it and would prefer that this body, if you don't like the bill, vote no. If you like the bill, vote yes. But I just want to clarify a few things that that the senator from Charlottesville raised. Well, let me talk about the amendment a little bit first. The entire purpose of this bill is to ensure that victims of rape who are forcibly inseminated by someone that they do not want to carry or do not want to be inseminated by, do not want to be impregnated by, are not forced to co-parent with their rapist. That is what this bill does. What the senator from the House, the delegate from her bill does. That's the entire purpose of it. What the senator from Charlottesville amendment does is forces that woman to have to co-parent with her rapist. Period. That's what it forces. 48 states, Virginia not being one of them, 48 states have a process to prevent this. Virginia is in the minority of states that does not require it. 21 states have a process that is similar, if not identical, to the process that's laid out in Delegate Delaney's bill. When the senator from Charlottesville says this sets up some sort of a quasi-criminal trial, I think that's absolutely false. The word guilty does not appear in here. For those of you who have practiced or had the misfortune of being in a family law case, you all know that we routinely litigate issues of abuse, of neglect, of all kinds of family domestic violence issues all the time. That's primarily why those cases go to trial and what the trial is about. The judge makes a determination. Is there evidence here that those things have occurred? And if so, how does that impact the decision for what I'm going to do? This bill is no different than that. In Virginia, this amendment would state, the Senator from Charlottesville amendment would state that rapists get parental rights and force victims to go through a custody hearing to remove that right. The original bill from the delegate states emphatically that a rapist does not get parental rights because of their criminal acts. In Virginia, when a young woman is raped and as a result of that violent crime conceives a child, if she chooses to keep that child, she may do so not realizing that in Virginia, doing so means she will then have to interact with the man who raped her, exposing her child to him and risk both their safety. That means that decisions about holidays, doctor's appointments, school visits will have to be made by her with the man who raped her. That's under the Senator from Charlottesville amendment, substitute. The bill as it stands now allows a survivor to determine the best interest for herself and for her child. The amendment as it is presented by the Senator from Charlottesville talks about money. I would submit to the members of this body that the person in the best position to determine whether or not she wants to have money from her rapist is the survivor. No one is requiring her to have money, to take money. She could still elect, as any other process, to not seek child support. That's her prerogative. But I would submit that the best interest of the child is supported by the woman making the decision about what is in her best interest and the best interest of her child, not the General Assembly. As a fundamental matter, no sexual assault survivor should be controlled by the person who raped them. Rapists should not get to claim to be a parent. Allowing them to do so permits them to benefit from a criminal act. The standard that's in this bill, proof by clear and convincing evidence, is the highest standard that we have in a civil case. And it's a standard that has been adopted by Maryland, Georgia, Colorado, and Texas with similar proposals. There have been no constitutional challenges and no explosion of false claims, which are two other things that I have heard. Virginia must stop forcing people to co-parent with their rapist. The Senator from Charlottesville mentioned that, oh, well, you can already do this, sort of, after a conviction is had. We all know that in these types of cases, rape, carnal knowledge cases, and incest cases, which is what this bill covers, those cases can take years to resolve. This session, we learned a lot about the Court of Appeals and how slow and behind they are. Think about how long it takes to get through a trial on a case like this and all the way through to exhaust all of the appeals. In the interim, in those years, that child will grow, will be born, will grow, and that woman will be forced to co-parent with her child. Again, the substitute is not wanted by the delegate who brought this bill, and I would suggest that if you don't like the bill, vote against it, but please reject the substitute.
Chair
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator, the senior senator from Virginia Beach.
Madam President, can this bill go by temporarily till we can get an appropriate version of it in front of us? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Mulcahy, the senator from Mecklenburg.
Madam President, I'm asking that this bill go by for the day. For one, we're missing some pages of the substitute, and I need more time to read the substitute, please.
Without objection, House Bill 1727 goes by for the day.
House Bill 1802, a bill relating to Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity, Employment Service Organizations. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Your disposition of the substitute, Senator, am I looking at the right one?
What substitute?
I have moved a page. Pardon, Senator.
Okay, HB 1802, I move that it pass and would like to speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Okay, HB 1802 was a recommendation of the Disability Commission that makes it clear that employment service organizations, which are organizations that employ often disabled people, and let me get my it's a technical fix to better align the code on ESO procurement. It's a recommendation of the Disability Commission, as I said, and I believe that the language was worked out with the Small Business and Supplier Diversity Department. I move it pass.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart. Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax. The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. The bill passes.
House Bill 1867, a bill relating to Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, terms and conditions of rental agreement, renewal notice, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator Eben.
I first move the committee substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
This bill is now conformed to SB 1043, my bill that we passed 40 to nothing.
Your motion, Senator?
I move it pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
The bill provides that a landlord with more than 4 units or more than 10% interest in more than 4 units be required to provide notice of non-renewal to any tenant of 60 days. And again, I renew my motion to pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
House Bill 1873, a bill relating to release of accused on secured or unsecured bond, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, House Bill 1873 basically removes a requirement that an accused person be given a secured bond if they have a prior felony conviction. It still allows them to receive a bond, a secured bond. It gives the magistrate can still give them a secured bond if the magistrate looks at the entire situation and thinks that a secured bond is appropriate. It just doesn't require that. So, I mean, for example, somebody could have a grand larceny conviction from like a $201 vacuum cleaner from like 20 years ago and get picked up again 20 years later, and a secured bond is required, which seems to be kind of silly. This just lets the magistrate look at the entire situation and decide whether the secured bond's necessary. I'd hope we could pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 1882, a bill relating to protective orders, military protective orders.
Senators,
from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
The senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Perry.
Thank you, you, Madam President. Madam President, this bill is the House cognate to my bill that deals with military protective orders. It was brought to me at the request of the Department of Defense.
How does the senator wish to
I'm
dispose?
sorry, I would like to move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Perry.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this bill is the House cognate to my Senate bill that passed out of this chamber that deals with military protective orders. It was brought to me at the request of the Department of Defense. And what it does is it just it asks law enforcement if there's a military protective order and a civilian protective order that they are coordinating with victims. If there is a violation of a civilian protective order, they ensure that the military side knows about it. And it's really just trying to loop the gaps in there. There's different standards. They operate slightly differently, but to make sure really that victims are protected and that law enforcement is in the loop for any violations. With that, I move passage.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 1932, a bill relating to Department of Housing and Community Development Task Force on Property Appraisal and Valuation Equity, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This bill creates a task force on property appraisal and valuation equity to study the misvaluation and undervaluation of real property owned by minority individuals to combat bias in property appraisal and valuation. It's a pretty simple bill, and I move that it pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Western, Prince William, rise?
Madam President, having voted on the prevailing side by wish to be passed HB 1882, I motion to reconsider that vote so all members may vote on the bill.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1882 pass be reconsidered? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill is reconsidered. Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Madam President.
The senator from Western Prince William, Senator Rome.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move passage of the bill with the committee substitute as it has been previously explained by the senior senator from Loudoun.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 1973, a bill relating to preservation of affordable housing definitions, civil penalty, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
I would encourage the members to consider this one carefully. I don't know why it's on the contested calendar. All it does is it gives localities an option to adopt an ordinance to preserve affordable housing that is already affordable housing, but when it comes up for sale, by allowing the first an offer to be accepted from someone who would agree to preserve the affordable housing at the same price. You wouldn't lose any profit. It would just allow a locality that's already invested or had someone else who's invested in preserving affordable housing have that preserved for up to an additional 15 years, for at least 15 more years. So it's just a local option, allows you to get the same money for the same property, just to allow you to choose to look in favorable light on someone who wants to preserve it.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 2064, a bill relating to a firearm locking device required for sale or transfer of firearm, warning against accessibility to children penalty. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator Surreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This legislation creates a Class 3 misdemeanor for any licensed manufacturer, importer, dealer to sell or deliver any firearm to a person other than a licensed dealer to sell a gun without also having a locking device for the firearm and a warning in conspicuous and legible type in capital letters printed on a separate sheet of paper that firearms should be locked and kept away from kids, and there might be civil or criminal liability for failing to do so. It also has an exception for law enforcement and government agencies. It's basically just designed to make sure that people have firearm locking devices when they buy a gun, and that they know or advised that they should keep these out of the reach of kids, and they might get sued or charged with a crime if they don't. It's a good notice bill, and I hope we could pass it.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 2122, a bill relating to Manufactured Home Lot Rental Act landlord obligations. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with the amendment.
The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee amendment be adopted.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator Eben.
I now move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This has to do with manufactured home lots requiring a landlord to provide a copy of a written rental agreement and the statement of tenant rights and responsibilities within 10 days of the effective date of the written rental agreement. So you're receiving a copy of your lease, and you're required to receive copies within a month of the effective date. It outlines required notice language to be included in the rental agreement and provides that the failure of the landlord to provide notice shall not affect the validity of the rental agreement. It also requires a fee disclosure statement to be printed on the first page of the written rental agreement under the Manufactured Home Lot Rental Act. This is similar to what we do with other leases, and I don't recall anyone speaking against this in committee, so I don't know that there was opposition.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
House Bill 2153, a bill to amend a bill relating to housing development by nonprofit organizations, comprehensive plan, Department of Housing and Community Development. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator Eben.
I first move the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. One aye. The substitute is accepted. Senator Eben.
Thank you for that overwhelming vote. HB 2153 deals with affordable housing and grants authority to localities to adopt different strategies to encourage and facilitate the development of affordable housing on property owned by property tax exempt nonprofit organizations. To stimulate development of such property, the bill allows the localities to provide by ordinance the alteration or waiver of requirements for certain zoning permits and creation of site plan application incentives. This is an effort to expedite the development of affordable housing. And again, I move it pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 2229, a bill relating to Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, material noncompliance by landlord, rent escrow relief, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator Eben.
Thank you. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This bill, HB 2229 from Delegate Cousins, is an effort to allow tenants to take actions even if they're not current on their rent. This would only apply when a tenant is making affirmative action against a landlord for failing to meet safe housing standards. The point is that if a tenant has to move out of the premises to a hotel or something, they may not be current on their rent, but a landlord should not have rodent infestation or other unsafe conditions. It does not apply to eviction cases, and it does not change any of the tenant's obligations to pay rent. It merely allows actions to proceed to have safe and habitable premises.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 2430, a bill relating to Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act fee disclosure statement, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments.
Senator Eben.
I first move that the amendment be adopted.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator Eben.
Okay, thank you. I now move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
HB 2430 streamlines the current requirement for housing providers to disclose fees and lease agreements. It clarifies that only regular predictable charges such as monthly service fees need to be listed up front rather than an exhaustive list of every potential fee. I would think this is landlord friendly, and I hope it'd be something that we could all agree on.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
House Bill 2493, a bill relating to gaming conduct of Texas Hold'em poker tournaments, fantasy contest, age restrictions, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator Eben.
I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
HB 2493 would raise the minimum age for participating in Texas Hold'em poker tournaments and fantasy contests hosted by qualified organizations from 18 to 21. This aligns the age requirements with the minimum age for gambling in a casino and reflects national trends as 33 states already require participants in Texas Hold'em poker tournaments to be 21 years of age. Again, I move the bill pass.
Senator French. The senator from Shenandoah. Your microphone, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to speak to the passage.
This senator has the floor.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, we allow our kids to join the Army at 18 and go fight for our freedoms. And if they want to come home and get into a little local Texas Hold'em tournament at the Moose, they can't drink beer, but they ought to be able to play cards. I just think we ought to let them be in the Texas Hold'em tournaments, not have to be at 21 to do that, if they can protect our freedoms.
question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21. Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 2502. A bill relating to Virginia Freedom of Information Act exclusions, Department of Workforce Development and Advancement. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator Eben.
I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This bill excludes from mandatory FOIA disclosure certain requirements held by the Department of Workforce Development and Advancement, and it protects personally identifiable information and other sensitive data like trade secrets for individuals and employers who are customers of Virginia Works. Sensitive information may include wage and benefits information. For employers, it might include confidential business information or trade practices used to establish an apprenticeship program. Many of these protections were already in place when certain programs were at their legacy agencies like the Virginia Employment Commission or the Department of Labor, but when we established Virginia Works, they did not transition into that piece of legislation. I have examples of scenarios where information is at risk, but again, I would just ask if people want to hear them, but I would just ask that we pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 13.
Ayes 24, noes 13. The bill passes.
House Bill 2515. A bill relating to Virginia Consumer Protection Act, prohibited...
Madam President.
The senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
McPeak.
Peake.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which that last bill just passed, Wiley 2502 on page 67, could we reconsider that vote? Thank you.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2502 passed be reconsidered? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Eben.
Yeah, again, I move the bill pass, and I point out that this is identical to Senator Jordan's SB 1107, which passed the Senate on a 37-1 vote.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Oh, come on.
Ayes 30, noes 7.
Ayes 30, noes 7. The bill passes.
House Bill 2515. A bill relating to Virginia Consumer Protection Act, prohibited practices, mandatory fees, or surcharges disclosure. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator Eben.
I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This is now aligned with Senator Pekarsky's Senate Bill 1212 with some minor changes that she has agreed to on the other side. And it permits very, very minor changes, but it gets rid of the junk fees, or it requires they be disclosed, I should say, and permits a food delivery platform that's also a price variable supplier to comply with the bill's provisions by including a disclosure of the factors determining the final price. It permits a supplier of both a good and service to consumers to comply with the bill's provisions by displaying or advertising the total price of the goods separately from the total price or rate charged for the service, and make some other provisions for direct broadcast satellite providers, providers of live event tickets, and broadband internet to comply with the bill's provisions by complying with certain federal regulations. So again, if you voted for Senator from Western Fairfax's junk fees bill, you would like this bill. It's just had minor improvements.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The bill passes.
House Bill 2613, a bill relating to child abuse and neglect, custody and visitation, possession or consumption of authorized substances, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is legislation carried by Delegate Clark, I guess, which is identical to legislation Madam Finance Chair carried last year, which passed this body 40-0 and then got vetoed. And the bill basically says that a parent's use of cannabis, non-abusive use, just regular use, whether it's by prescription or recreationally, as long as it's not abuse, shall not constitute the basis of child abuse and neglect petition, or be counted against them in a child custody proceeding. Basically, that it's just treated the same as alcohol. And again, the Senate thought that was good policy last year. We passed it unanimously, and Governor felt otherwise, but I hope we could get this back to the governor and see if he's reconsidered his position.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The bill passes.
House Bill 2692, a bill relating to custodial interrogations, false statements to a child prohibited, inauthentic replica documents prohibited, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendments.
Again, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee amendment.
The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, House Bill 2692 basically makes it illegal to lie to a child to try to get them to confess to a crime. Children don't have quite the same brain development as an adult does. They're more susceptible to being influenced, especially by an adult wearing a uniform. And basically the bill says that if you want a child to confess to a crime, you can't do it by showing them inauthentic replica documents, in other words, false documents, and you can't do it by lying to them about the facts. For example, by telling them that your good friend right here, he already admitted that you did it, or he admitted that it was yours, or he admitted that he knows what you did, or whatever, if they don't know that. So that's what it does. You basically can't try to trick kids to get them to confess. I would hope we could pass the bill.
For what purpose does the senator from Hanover rise?
Would the senator yield for a question?
Will the senator from Eastern Fairfax rise and yield?
I'll yield.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax yields. The senator from Hanover has the floor.
Madam President, I'd ask the gentleman, has he ever told a child that was his or another to believe in the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus?
Senator Surville has the floor.
Madam President, it's unfortunate that one of my children is not serving as a page this year to watch this, but I would just say I have never represented the existence of either of those things to my children, although I believe my children may have believed in them anyway, at one point in time.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator from Hanover has the floor.
Madam President, I did not ask the senator about the tooth fairy, but I would say that this sounds benign on its face, but just think about what this means. That investigator cannot tell a child, hey, your buddies are getting ready to have just said that you were the one that was guilty. And if their buddies did not say that, that would be a lie. So, Madam President, the things that you would normally use in investigations, talking about what other co-criminals said or did in order to get a confession or a statement, would be illegal and not permitted. So the person could confess and tell the entire story about how they did it, but if you said, hey, your friends already have confessed and they hadn't, then that would be thrown out. So, Madam President, I understand the intent of this bill, but I think it goes too far. And I do believe in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny, just in case anybody's listening.
Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill, nobody else desires to speak.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to add on, I mean, kids are not adults, and there's a reason why we have different rules for people under the age of 18. It's because they don't have the same brain development. And I don't have as many juvenile cases as I used to, because a lot of juvenile work gets deferred nowadays that used to get heard. But I remember many cases where it'd be very common where an officer would pull over a carload of kids, and there'd be something in the car they weren't supposed to have. Back in the day, maybe it was alcohol. Today, it's more than likely marijuana. But they'd find it somewhere in the car. Police officers wouldn't know who it was. Yank all the kids out of the car, sit them on the curb, pull them away one at a time, and play games with them about who said what and whose it was or whatever, to try and get each one of them to talk. And there's actually cases that talk about whether that's actually coercive and unconstitutional, because it's a coercive interrogation when you engage in that kind of behavior. And I've actually successfully suppressed some stops because of that, and some statements because of that. But there's also situations they take them back to a police station, or maybe they take them into a room in a school, and they start asking them things and making misrepresentations to them in order to trick them, to get them to confess, even without their parents present. And Madam President, I just think that's wrong. It's unfortunate that somebody would want to take advantage of a child like that, and I know crimes are serious, but there really ought to be a different set of rules when it comes to interrogating children when their liberty interests are at stake and their future record is at stake. And I think this law strikes a good balance that we ought to adopt.
The senator from Colonial Heights, Senator Sturdivant.
Thank you, Madam President. I know Senator Sorovell just spoke, but I had a question occur to me, and I wonder if you yield quickly for a question.
Will the senator from Eastern Fairfax rise and yield for a question?
Sure, I'll yield.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax yields. The senator from Colonial Heights has the floor.
Madam President, I understand the explanation applies when a child is in a custodial interrogation, and I understand that to mean that they may be charged with something. What about in a situation where a child is being interrogated about a crime by a parent, for example, in an assault case? Does that bill apply to this situation, to that situation where their cooperation is sought, but they may not be in a situation where the child could be charged with something?
The senator from Eastern Fairfax has the floor.
Madam President, I would say to the senator that, yes, it does apply where they're attempting to get a child to secure the child's cooperation, confession, or conviction of the child. So it applies when the child is a suspected a target of the investigation or it's also prohibited in order to secure the cooperation of the child, which I assume by use of the word cooperation, that would mean cooperation as a witness against someone else. So
Thank you.
President.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Ask if the senator from Eastern Fairfax would yield for a question.
Will the senator from Eastern Fairfax rise and yield again for a question?
I will yield on this bill. It's not my bill.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax yields. The senator from Rockingham has the floor.
So, Madam President, I understand that from reading this bill that it also applies to efforts to obtain the cooperation of a child. And what I would ask is if there is a situation in which there is credible evidence that there is going to be a school shooting and that there are multiple children, multiple students who have some degree of involvement in the planning of that school shooting, would this bill prevent the police from lying to one of the children about the level of their knowledge in order to obtain that child's cooperation to prevent one of his friends from shooting up a school and killing teachers and students?
The senator from Eastern Fairfax has the floor.
Let me put it this way, Madam President. The bill does not. While the bill makes it illegal, or it says that a law enforcement officer shall not do it, the only consequence for this statute not being followed is the statement by the child cannot be used in a prosecution against that child. It does not say, as far as I can read it here, that it prohibits the statement being used in a prosecution of a different person, so a different kid. So I would submit that while it says that, I'm not sure that the consequences are quite what the senator thinks they are. It's not like the police officer is going to get prosecuted or anything. The bill doesn't say that. And I also just want to point out that what it prohibits is from the officer knowingly and intentionally making a false statement. So the officer has to knowingly and intentionally do it. An accident by the officer, if the officer is mistaken, if the judge were to find the officer was mistaken about the facts they were presented in the interrogation, the exclusionary rule in the statute would not apply either. So I think I've answered the question.
Madam President, speaking of the bill.
The senator from Rockingham has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, we try to be very careful about the way we draft these bills. And I'm here to tell you that is not how this bill reads. This bill does not just apply to efforts to prosecute a child. It does not just provide an opportunity to exclude the evidence. It is a prohibition upon using commonly used police techniques in order to obtain the cooperation of a child. Now, I get what was described by the senator from Eastern Fairfax, and if that was the intention of this bill, it is not carefully drafted. This bill can achieve that, but it does not as it is drafted. I would suggest that this bill deserves some red votes in order to protect children and others from what I submit are unintended consequences.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Yeah, will the senator from Rockingham yield?
Will the senator from Rockingham yield for a question?
Sure.
The senator yields. The senator from Eastern Fairfax has the floor.
Okay, I mean, I didn't thoroughly prepare to debate this today, but I'm sitting here looking at the draft of the engrossed version, and I'm looking at subsection D, which is the only section of this statute that contains a consequence for a violation of this statute. And I'm not aware of any other consequence anywhere else in the code for violation of this statute. Can the gentleman cite me to, other than what's in subsection D, which says the statement can't be used to prosecute the child, not any other child, just the child who made the statement. What other consequence is there in this statute? Because I'm not seeing any of the consequence anywhere else in the code or in this code section.
Senator from Rockingham.
What I would say is, if that is the case, why is that language in there? That language is in there presumably for a reason. And I'm here to tell you that a judge would interpret it as having some import. what is being suggested is that it's meaningless surplusage and that it has no meaning whatsoever. I think that it does mean something. I think a judge would interpret it as meaning something. And I just think it's not a sound piece of legislation as drafted.
And President, Senator yield for another question.
Will the senator from Rockingham yield?
I do.
The senator yields. The senator from Eastern Fairfax has the floor.
I mean, couldn't the point of the subsection D be that you shouldn't lie to a kid to get evidence against them to convict them?
Senator from Rockingham has the floor.
Madam President, I would say that is one thing that that this statute would accomplish, but it also is a prohibition against a police officer using these techniques. If a police officer is going to obey the law, he's not going to do these things. One of the consequences of doing something that is prohibited by law includes decertification of the police officer and potentially losing his job. I mean, there are professional ramifications if you violate a statute that may extend beyond the consequences for the child or the co-conspirators. We passed extensive legislation a couple of years ago dealing with certification and decertification of police officers, and I respectfully submit that this language has to mean something.
Madam President.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax.
For Senator yield, one more question.
Will the senator from Rockingham yield for a further question?
Yes.
The senator yields. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County has the floor.
Madam President, as somebody who was deeply involved in the drafting of Chair Locke's legislation on decertification, I have a pretty good recollection about the basis for that. I know there's an officer code of conduct which DCJS adopted. There's Brady violations, things involving officers committing a Brady violation that can constitute decertification. I don't remember anything in the code that says if a police officer violates anything in the code anywhere that exists in the code, that's a basis for decertification. Is the senator sure that's a basis, that violating this statute could be a basis for decertification?
The senator from Rockingham has the floor.
Madam President, I would be very surprised if that code, if that provision of law did not include violations of law, particularly violations of law in terms of the interrogation of persons in custody from its provisions. I can't cite it verbatim, but I would be very surprised if that is not in there. Moreover, I think that in terms of adverse job action outside of decertification, it clearly would provide a basis for a department taking adverse job action.
Sorry, Madam President, the gentleman yield for one final question.
Will the senator from Rockingham yield?
Of course.
The senator yields. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County has the floor.
So I just wanted to make sure the senator could confirm for me that motions to suppress evidence are granted all day long in all kinds of cases for all kinds of reasons. And isn't it a fair statement that simply the granting of a motion to suppress in a case when the Constitution's been violated as found by a judge does not constitute the basis of decertification? Typically, it takes something much more serious than that.
The senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, I would say that there are violations of law that would certainly qualify for decertification. Whether this is one, I cannot answer that question, but I can tell you that this is setting up police officers for unintended consequences, or it is setting us up for situations in which it chills the ability of police officers to prevent some very bad things from happening because it is an express prohibition upon doing things that are normal in the course of custodial interrogations.
I thank the senator.
Thank you.
The senator from Norfolk, Senator Williams Graves.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill, House Bill 2692, has a simple aim, and it is to ensure that we do not lie, that police officers do not lie to children when they are interrogated. We teach our children, Madam President, to trust the police. We teach our children that the police are supposed to protect and to serve. We do not teach our children, and we teach our children that they should be fair and honest, obviously, with the police. But what we do not do is teach our children that they should be and that they should be expected to be lied to by the police. Children's brains are not fully formed until they're 18, 19, 20 years old. They have an expectation. They have an expectation that when they are in the presence of a police officer, that officer is going to do everything in their power to protect them, to make sure that they are safe, and to abide by the law. If you want to give police officers the ability to continue to lie to children, then a red vote is what you're going to put up. But if you want to protect children and make sure that they are treated in the manner that they should be, even when they are in custody by the police, and that the information that is given to them is factual, and that we are...
The senator may continue.
Thank you. And that we are doing the right thing by our children who are minors, then a green vote is what you will place for this piece of legislation. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Orange, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think I'm the only former law enforcement officer besides my colleague from Chesapeake that's probably ever conducted juvenile investigations. And I will tell you one story, and maybe this will help make a decision for you. I worked a shooting one time that was gang-related from a bunch of young minors, if you want to call it that. And I just happened to catch one of them in a foot chase. And we knew it was a weapon that was frequently carried by this specific gang up in Woodbridge, and we've been trying to find this weapon for a long time because it has caused us a lot of problems. I had enough to charge the juvenile delinquent for something else, but instead I told him a lie so I could get to the gun, and ultimately that worked. And I was able to find the gun, get a search warrant for the house, and get the gun away from all this gang members. So if that solved the issue, I'll do it every day, because that took a gun off the street out of gang members' hands. And in doing so, I never charged a young kid for it, because I knew that he probably wasn't part of the bigger gang that was doing some of the trouble that we had. So I'm just going to lay it out there. I think this is a bad policy. It makes it very difficult for law enforcement to do their jobs.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
House Bill 2750, a bill relating to common interest communities, termination of certain management contracts, transfer of association books and records. It was reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
House Bill 2750 cleans up some unintended consequences from what we did in 2023 about management contracts when we had an automatic renewal provision. The change in 2023 was intended to provide the cancellation would be without penalty, so it fixes that. And also, it states that when a community management firms it requires that community management firms transfer and release all association funds and close all association bank accounts within a reasonable time after termination of the management agreement. The requirement is consistent with the current requirements for release of association books and records by management firms. And again, I move it pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 5.
Ayes 31, noes 5. The bill passes.
House Bill 1609, a bill to direct the Health Insurance Reform Commission to consider coverage for infertility treatment in the 2025 Essential Health Benefits Benchmark Plan Review. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam Chair, I move the committee amendment be agreed to from the
question-
Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The question is, shall the committee amendment from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator Deeds.
Madam Chair, I move that the bill pass. And the
The senator has the floor.
The title of the bill almost explains the bill completely. It's a Section 1 bill that requires the HERC to consider fertility services coverage in its 2025 review of essential health benefits. I reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, no 16. The bill passes.
House Bill 1621, a bill relating to public institutions of higher education, governing boards, non-voting advisory representatives. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 1621 allows for our Board of Visitors on our colleges and universities to also include representatives from faculty and staff. This is a critical part of the structure of shared governance within our colleges and universities. It allows, the bill would allow faculty and staff to select their representatives according to their own processes. And again, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 1625, a bill relating to minimum wage, farm laborers or farm employees, temporary foreign workers. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move the bill pass. I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, this bill simply eliminates the exemption from the Virginia minimum wage law for farm workers and for temporary farm workers. I reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
Senator French, the senator from Shenandoah.
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to speak to the passage of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Once again, I want to speak against this. Many times on the farms around the Commonwealth, we employ young kids of the neighborhood that don't have many skills, and they need an opportunity to be mentored by some of the most sacred people that work in industry. And we keep raising this thing. It takes away opportunities for young kids around the state to get their first job and learn a lot of life skills. So I would ask the body to vote no against this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 1657, a bill relating to voter registration, regular periodic review of registration records, 90-day quiet period before all primary, and general elections. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill is identical to the bill that I carried also in the Senate, which basically codifies the quiet period as in federal law, that no purges happen within the 90-day of a general election. And that is the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
House Bill 1663, a bill relating to guidelines, policies, and procedures on the prevention and management of heat illness in student athletes. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator Hashmi, the senator from Richmond.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. With the substitute now, HB 1663 is fully conformed to my bill, SB 1104.
Your motion, Senator?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we pass HB 1663 with the substitute and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Now that we have conformed HB 1663 to SB 1104, it is in full alignment with the bill that we have passed previously with regard to ensuring that heat illness and heat death is prevented with our student athletes. As I shared previously, we've experienced some tremendous tragedies here in Virginia just this past summer, and these two bills now require that there be prevention and efforts in our school system to ensure the health and safety of our student athletes. I renew my motion that we pass HB 1663.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. The bill passes.
House Bill 1675, a bill to direct the Board of Medicine to require certain licenses to complete training on unconscious bias and cultural competency as part of their continuing education and continuing competency requirements for licensure. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. The senator's motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that HB 1675 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 1675 is identical to SB 740, which was introduced and passed in this chamber by the senator from Hampton Roads. This bill is ensuring that we focus on the issues of unconscious bias and cultural competency in the continuing education programs that are a part of our physician training structures, and I renew my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, noes 16. The bill passes.
House Bill 1716, a bill relating contraception right to contraceptive applicability enforcement. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 1716 is identical to the bill that we just passed earlier today.
And your motion, Senator?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that HB 1716 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. HB 1716 is directly identical to the bill that we just passed earlier today, the right to contraception, which we voted on just a couple of hours ago, and I move that we pass this House version as well.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The bill passes.
House Bill 1724, a bill relating to Prescription Drug Affordability Board established drug cost affordability review, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The House Bill 1724 creates the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. We passed legislation from this floor on a bipartisan basis last year doing the exact same thing, and this bill is nearly identical. You may recall that I carried the bill last year. The bill essentially sets up an independent board made up of experts that has an advisory council that looks at drugs and finds out whether there is a way to get a lower price for people. Every one of us hears from our constituents every day about the rising costs of prescription medications. We take this argument is something we hear about specifically from older Americans. And it's about time we did something about it. This bill is not effective. It's different from last year's because it's got a delayed effective date to January 1, 2026, and that this board will have to make reports to the General Assembly on an annual basis. The first one will be December 31, 2026. Again, I reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
Senator Peake, the senator from Lynchburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I also ask that the bill pass, and if the body will indulge me just a little bit, we'll go back 3 years to the senator from Fairfax at that time. Senator Peterson brought that bill, and there are a handful of us over here on this side that voted for it, a senator from Roanoke, senator from Rocky Mount, myself, I believe. And then it didn't pass, or it got vetoed, I cannot remember. But then we went a whole year, and we were coming back, and Senator from Charlottesville had filed his bill. And I got contacted by some people that said, well, you know, we really don't like that PDAB bill. And I agree with them. I don't like government. I don't want government controlling anything. I don't want to create more bureaucracy. But they said, well, we've got something better. But we had already started session, and Senator from Charlottesville's PDAB bill was about to get voted on. And I said, well, you've had a whole year since we killed Peterson's bill. Where is the something better? And we didn't have anything better. Nothing proposed whatsoever. So then we passed the senator from Charlottesville's bill, Senate, and it didn't make it. And then I got contacted by people from the pharmaceutical industry. And they contacted me right after session. Pete, you've got it all wrong. You're barking up the wrong tree. It's not the pharmaceutical companies. It's the PBMs, Pharmacy Benefit Managers. They're the problem. And so I met with these people, the representatives of the pharmaceutical industry, all during the off season. I met with a gentleman, a legislator from West Virginia, who had passed a PBM bill in West Virginia. It was called Share the Savings. It went after the PBMs. And I filed that bill. And we had a hearing in the Commerce and Labor Committee, chaired by the gentleman from Charlottesville. And we open it up for testimony. And you might ask, Pete, how many people? Who came from the pharmaceutical industry to testify on behalf of your bill that they told you you should bring to cut down the price of prescription drugs? Do y'all want to know? None, zero. Skylar, you're a fine basketball player, and you are correct. None, not a single one. Not a single pharmaceutical representative showed up to that committee meeting to testify on my bill that they suggested I carry to bring down the price of prescription drugs. Y'all might not can tell, but it irritated me. Just a touch, just a touch. My bill got heard. It's a great bill, and it went alongside the junior senator from Virginia Beach's bill and the senator from Tazewell's bill that's putting PBMs for Medicaid. Well, mine was going to take it on the private side, but the chair of the committee, with great glee and joy, killed that bill. So it was not heard this year. I mean, it was heard. It didn't make it out of committee this year. Shane is right. So I will bring that bill again next year. I'm going to bring a bill about pharmaceutical advertising next year. They're talking about that at the federal level. I hope they do. We're going to do something. And this might not be the best way to do it. I came to the General Assembly this year. They said, what do you want to do? I want to help with electric costs in Virginia, Southwest Virginia and Central Virginia, and I want to reduce the price of prescription drugs for everybody in the Commonwealth. This bill may be the worst way to do it. I don't know. But if you don't pass this bill, if we don't get the pharmaceuticals' attention, maybe next year they will show up and they will testify, or they will give us a way to lower the price of prescription drugs for every single Virginian. I don't like this bill, but I'm going to vote for it because we got to get somebody's attention. Thank you, Madam President.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentleman, the senator from Charlottesville, yield for a question?
Will the senator from Charlottesville rise and yield for a question?
I yield.
The senator from Charlottesville yield. The senior senator from Fairfax has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What is the cost that has been assigned to creation of this entity?
The senator from Charlottesville has
Madam
the floor.
President, I would say to the gentleman that it's not my bill, and I don't know that I've ever seen the fiscal statement. The bill was referred from the Commerce and Labor Committee to the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee put a substitute on this bill to minimize the costs. And I know that it has a cost, and I know that it's accounted for, but because we pushed back and I'm not sure whether that was done in finance or not, but the effective date's January 1 of 2026, so only 6 months of the cost are in our budget.
I thank the gentleman. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I love the intent of this bill. I love the intent of the PBM bill. But I've heard 8 states, I've heard 11 states have been trying for 4, 5, 6 years to lower the price on a drug and have been unsuccessful. Now, the feds did it, I believe, on some Medicaid and Medicare bills. They dropped it on 10 bills or 10 different pharmaceuticals and what have you. But nobody's been able to do it. And the state of Colorado, though, they were the first ones to actually try. And they banned they reduced the price on the drugs that had to come down. And the people who took that drug went ballistic because they were afraid that the pharmaceutical company was going to drop their drug and they would become an orphan disorder. And so they retracted what it is they did. You know, Maryland's been at this for 5, 6 years. There's any number of states trying to do it. And I don't mean to be facetious here, but why don't we just pick a state and do what they do? Let's find somebody who's been successful at doing this before we start wasting the taxpayers' money here in the Commonwealth with creating a board. Now, I've been to 37 different states as a consultant. These folks are good people. They're smart people everywhere you go. And they've been unable to do this. And I think we send out a false message unless we have a path. And that path involves finding somebody who knows how to do this. And there's an awful lot of people trying, and nobody has done it yet. And I'd vote for the PBM bill. But I've gotten to that point where I just don't like wasting taxpayers' money on something that's a fool's errand. And I want to get the price of drugs down. But let's see what's going on in the rest of the world or figure something else out, because otherwise it's just something that feels good, looks good, but it's bad policy. Thank you, Madam President.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Madam President, I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I learned a couple of things on the floor, one of which is if I promise I'm going to show up and speak on the senator from Lynchburg's bill, I daggone well better show up. I also took a look at the budget, and, you know, for some reason I don't see a penny in the budget allocated to the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, and I'm not sure why that would be. But why? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And, but maybe it has something to do with the fact that it is not scheduled to go into effect until 2026, which, as I do my calculations, maybe that's a next budget cycle. And maybe it gets included and maybe it doesn't get included. That is, if this actually becomes law. And that's the problem here, is everybody knows that this is not going to become law. And everybody knows that even if it did, it is not going to do a doggone thing. We all want to be able to deliver to our constituents lower drug prices. And we all know that this has been tried in 8 other states. And how many of those states have achieved a single penny or single dollar's worth of savings for their citizens? Not one. Maryland has tried it. 8 other states have tried it. I don't know why on earth we would try this and expect any different result, unless it's to try and give hope to our constituents. And I just don't believe that's right to give hope that we know is false hope to our constituents. We can find ways to lower prescription drug prices. We need to do it. This is not it. This is false hope, and I hope that we would defeat this bill.
Senator from Charlottesville, Senator Deeds.
Just speak to the bill.
The senator has the
No
floor.
one else desires to speak, and this is not my bill, but I want to remind the body that there were 2 bills that did this that passed last year. One from the good delegate from Loudoun or Fairfax or wherever, somewhere in Northern Virginia that's got this bill, and one from me, and neither one were signed into law. And so the reality is, I don't know that the world has changed. But we have this bill in front of us right now, and I sympathize with the senator from Lynchburg. I like him and the senator from Rockingham, not Harrisonburg, the senator from Broadway. I sympathize. I want to bring costs down too. This is all we have, and if we don't get this passed, we will continue this session. We will finish this session having done nothing to bring down the cost of drugs. This is our only vehicle to say to the public, we are working hard. Now, this has become the law in a number of states, and people are correct. Not a lot has occurred, but in Colorado and Minnesota, they have had positive results. They haven't brought down drug prices yet, but they've identified some things they're working on. We could, and just because things don't work in other states doesn't mean it can't work here. We are Virginians. We have to take a chance. Texas, hold on. I reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
16.
Ayes 24, noes 16. The bill passes.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax rise?
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we just passed House Bill 1724, I'd ask that we reconsider that vote so some votes can get cast correctly.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1724 pass be reconsidered? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill is reconsidered. Senator Deeds, a senator from Charlottesville.
Madam Chair, having explained the bill, I move that it pass. And I think all Virginians are asking us to stand up for them. So I hope you'll pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The bill passes.
Madam President.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Saravel.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that all of the remaining bills on the third reading regular calendar go by for the day. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we've gotten quite a bit of work done today. However, our conferees do need to meet and try and start getting the budget done. There's some things they got to get done so that things are set up for us to have something to look at to meet the 48-hour rule and be out of here by Saturday. And in addition to that, I would just note, according to the James River Lock flood gauge by NOAA, which is still functioning notwithstanding what's happening in D.C., James River has just crested at 14.6 feet. So there's quite a sight to see downstream when the flood wall is closed. So for those of you who don't have conference committees to meet, there's quite a natural spectacle going on down the hill. And I think some folks could also just use the time to prepare for tomorrow, which is going to be quite a docket. And so, again, I would ask this go by for the day so we can get things ready to get things done efficiently tomorrow.
The question is, shall the bills on regular calendar, House bills on third reading, House Bill 1766 through House Bill 2764, pages 73 through pages 87, go by for the day? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills go by for the day. Senator Saravel.
Excuse me, Madam President, I move that all the House bills on second reading on the uncontested regular calendars, pages 87 through 94, House Bill 1629, excuse me, through 2477, that the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 87 through 94, House Bill 1629 through House Bill 2477, be dispensed with? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator Saravel.
Madam President, I move all those bills go by for the day.
The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on their third reading go by for the day? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills go by for the day. Senator, Madam Clerk.
Uncontested calendar, House joint resolutions on third reading.
Senator Saravel.
I move that all the House joint resolutions on third reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 95 through 97, HJR 434 to 507, be advanced to their final passage in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. Any senator desiring to move bill from the resolution for the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
The question is, shall House joint resolutions on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 95 through 97, House Joint Resolution 434 through House Joint Resolution 507, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolutions. Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the number of the resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 434, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 135, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 437, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 446, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 447, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 466, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 473, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 499, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 500, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 502, reported from the Committee on Rules. House Joint Resolution 507, reported from the Committee on Rules.
Question is, shall the House joint resolutions in the block be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Resolutions in the block are agreed to.
Regular calendar House Joint Resolution on third reading. House Joint Resolution 440, directing the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission to study the removal of books from public school libraries in the Commonwealth. Reported from the Committee on Rules with the substitute.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Madam President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that House Joint Resolution 440 pass, and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
House Joint Resolution 440 is identical to Senate Joint Resolution 251, which passed the Senate, and it's as indicated, directs JLARC to study the removal of books from public school libraries in the Commonwealth. Again, I remove that House Joint Resolution 440 pass.
The question is, shall the resolution pass? Those who agree will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 440 is agreed to.
Supplemental calendar number 1.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Norfolk rise?
Madam President, I rise having voted on the prevailing side, by which Senate Bill 1393 on page 10 of the regular calendar passed. I would like to recall that vote, reconsider, thank you, reconsider that vote so that the motion to reject the amendments can be reversed. 1393, yes.
Page 10, 1393, Senator.
Yes, Madam President.
The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate rejected the House substitutes with amendment on Senate Bill 1393 passed be reconsidered? There it is. Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Williams-Graves.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the amendments for Senate Bill 1393 on page 10 of the regular calendar be accepted, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The authority for which this bill the Pregnancy Act was initially going under was the Department of Health. That has been changed to DMAS, and all areas of the legislation have been changed to reflect that. So it is a technical amendment. And with that, I move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 1393? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House substitute with amendment on Senate Bill 1393.
Supplemental calendar number 1. Unfinished business House.
The senator from, not passing? Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
It's House Bill 1923. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
The senator from Charlottesville.
I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on, not respect? The committee of conference on the bill. Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate respectfully insists.
House Bill 2120. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Senator Saravel.
Madam President, I move that we insist and request the committee conference.
Question is, shall the Senate insist and request a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The Senate insists and respectfully requests a committee of conference.
Unfinished business, Senate. Senate Bill 742 has passed the House with an amendment.
Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the amendment on Senate Bill 742. Speaking to that,
The senator has the floor.
the amendment placed by the House is merely technical in nature, replacing 8th with 6. So I move that we concur with that amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 742? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 96 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator Head, the senator from Botetourt.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment is technical in nature, just has a little bit of clarification in one section and then a punctuation error in another, and it puts it in exactly the same posture as the House companion that we have already voted on. So I would ask again for us to concur.
The question is, shall the Senate concur? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 822 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator Van Valkenburg, the senator from Western Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, with the recommendation that we reject the substitute, I'm going to move the substitute. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, this is going to be a great bill where you're going to get to go tell teachers in your district that you reduced their non-academic training and made their lives easier to teach students. But we just got to get this into conference and fix a couple things. So once again, with the recommendation that we reject the substitute, I move the substitute.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 1, noes 39.
Ayes 1, noes 39. The Senate rejects the House substitute.
Senate Bill 857 has passed the House with amendments.
Senator French, the senator from Shenandoah.
Madam President, I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments. And speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Yeah, just a couple little technical changes on line 247 and 233, and we're good with that. I move passage of the bill.
The question is, shall the Senate concur? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 871 has passed the House with a substitute.
Again, the senator from Western Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that we reject the substitute, I move the substitute and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, this bill was a little tax credit that could, and when it came back from the House, it was like Oprah Winfrey, a tax credit for you, and a tax credit for you, and a tax credit for you, and it became this gigantic omnibus tax credit bill, and so with the recommendation that we reject the substitute, I move the substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur, rejects.
Senate Bill 903 has passed the House with amendments.
The senator from Senator from Franklin,
Yeah.
Senator Stanley.
That place. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that we concur with the House amendments, I now move that the House amendments be agreed to. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. If you look at Senate Bill 903, that was a pet shop bill. It was a transparency bill, a notification bill that we would collect information and make it available to the public, to the veterinarians here in Virginia. And when we went over to the House, they made a lot of amendments. If you look, it takes most of the next page on page 5 up, but it's not as bad as it looks. What they did was kind of clean up some language, and we were also working with the stakeholders to make sure that we had an agreement on this bill, and we came to a conclusion where we are in agreement. So what we did basically is in the listing of the matters that must be recorded so that it is for review by VDAX, we're ensuring that we're not bringing puppy mill dogs into the Commonwealth of Virginia. We have things like the kind of dog it is, the sex of the dog, the age of the dog, but what we didn't think we had to do was actually have the weight of the dog, and it might be embarrassing for the dog, who knows, you don't want to talk about weight, yep. So we eliminated the need to weigh the dog and record it and let everybody know how much the dog weighed. And then when it came to these dogs, and if the dog is not sold or managed in accordance with subsection 2, then certainly reporting must be done. If you go down past that, we used to have 5 years in which you had to retain the records. Worked with the pet shops, and we agreed to lower that from 5 years of record maintenance and keeping to 2. After that, we struck some of the inspection language after that, which was agreed to by all the parties, and that the documents would be made available to the state veterinarian at the time of the inspection, and that these reports would be submitted annually or made available for review by the veterinarian itself during inspection or upon request. So that is a very long-winded, thank you, and very thorough indeed explanation of why we should concur with the House amendments. There is peace in the valley. Everybody agrees, and this is a bill that's going to help not only the pet shops and keep out the bad actors, keep out the puppy mill dogs, but also help the consumer as well. And for those reasons, Madam President, I now renew my motion that we concur with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the lengthy House amendments? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? If all the senators voted, does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendments.
Senate Bill 942 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator DeSteff, the senior senator from Virginia Beach.
Madam President, with the recommendation that the House substitute be rejected, I move that the substitute be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, what started out as a very simple, easy 2-page tax exemption just on airplane parts for 3 years has turned into a 21-page compound complex omnibus tax bill that gives not just tax exemptions to everybody for everything, it also looks into perpetuity to provide tax exemptions for 1 year, but only 1 year. So, Madam President, with that recommendation that the House substitute be rejected, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur. The Senate will stand at temporary ease.
Senate Bill, Senate Bill 955 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Western Enrico, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, one of these days I'm going to be able to say, please accept these amendments, but today is not going to be that day. So with the motion that we recommend rejecting the substitute, I move the substitute and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, in this case, we actually have a philosophical difference and we need to work it out. And so I move that we recommend rejecting the substitute and I therefore move the substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur.
Senate Bill 961 has passed the House with a substitute.
The senator from Western Prince William, Senator Rome.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move to concur with the Senate amendment and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the amendment changes the date from November 1st of the reporting for eligible participants in the Virginia Military Survivors Independence Education Program to December 15th.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1016 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator Rome, the senator from Western Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that we reject the Senate substitute, I move adoption of the substitute and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, there is a one-line disparity between the House and Senate here about the funding application for this that we can very easily resolve in conference, and so I am just asking for us to go into conference by rejecting the House substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The Senate does not concur.
Senate Bill 1036 has passed the House with a substitute.
The senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Pekarsky.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House substitute and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The substitute doesn't change the substance of the bill. Apparently, on the Senate side, we did not catch some drafting errors regarding outdated code sections, so the House fixed that, and I move that we concur.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1125 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House substitute and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. To address concerns from stakeholders throughout the state, specifically our zoological facilities, a number of changes were made to narrow the bill's focus and make it clear who the bill applies to and under what circumstances. So, including clarification that the bill applies only to wildlife that is born in captivity, clarification that accredited zoological facilities are exempt from the prohibition on premature separation, exemption now includes animals who are prematurely separated from their mothers for activities of the accredited facility itself, not just transfers or trades. An exemption was also added for wildlife rehabilitators permitted by DWR. And to address the concerns of zoos with safari-style housing, we removed the portion that says that you have to keep them different species in different areas so that they do not make ligers. There is no burden to DWR and there's no fiscal impact. This is a consensus compromise on this bill, and I ask that we pass the bill.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, no 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1127 has passed the House with amendments.
Again, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a bill that we worked on over the summer dealing with transparency, and at the request of and thanks to the collaboration with all of my stakeholders, including our public universities, we made just purely technical changes in this amendment. It passed both chambers unanimously, and I ask that we pass it today.
The question is, shall the Senate concur? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1166 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendment and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What this does is it just amends the effective date from 2026 to 2027, essentially making both bills identical. Thank you.
The question is, shall the Senate concur? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, no 7.
Ayes 33, no 7. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1229 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator Aird, the senator from Eastern Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate concur with the House substitute and speaking to that motion.
Senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. The substitute will match my language currently in the House Cognate regarding the methodology for calculating part-time exchange students.
The question is, shall the Senate concur? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1230 has passed the House with amendments.
Again, Senator Aird.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This will now match the legislation we voted on earlier today, House Bill 2201, where we made some technical changes regarding the amount of time a long-term sub may serve in a vacancy.
The question is, shall the Senate concur? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1259 has passed the House with amendment.
The senior senator from Enrico, Senator Bagby.
Madam President, can I go by until the end?
The bill goes without objection. Senate Bill 1259 goes by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1319 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House amendments and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
As you can see in the calendar, we've added additional 60 days, so from 30 to 90 days for additional time for the data collection, and move that we concur with the House.
The question is, shall the Senate concur? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1369 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator fr-
Substitute.
Senator from Washington, Senator Pillion.
Madam President, with the recommendation the House substitute be rejected, I move the substitute be agreed to.
And the senator has the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. This is another one of the bills in a series that we've heard that the House laid the omnibus bill on, that we reject it. Keep it simple. Thank you, Madam President.
With a recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 2, noes 38.
Ayes 2, noes 38. The Senate rejects the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1413 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Madam President, I move that we concur with the House substitute. Speaking of that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. My understanding is these are just some, well, basically the House took my bill and conformed to theirs, which if you didn't like my bill, this might make you like it more. This is the public, the bill about air in public schools. What they kept is the provisions of this bill that requires it's notification if there's an air problem in a school. What it removes is the requirement that schools publish a plan indicating how they're going to make their HVAC systems compliant with manufacturers' recommendations. The school systems were concerned about that because of the potential cost. Now the bill doesn't really have a ton of cost associated with it. It's mainly just a reporting and information publishing kind of bill. And I would hope we would adopt the House amendment.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The Senate does not concur.
Senate Bill 1462 has passed the House with amendment.
Senator Bagby, the senior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the House amendments change the courses which can be replaced by African American Studies or AP African American History from World History 2 to World History 1 or Geography. And this was by request from the Department of Education. And so I would hope that we will agree.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 8.
Ayes 29, noes 8. The Senate concurs.
Senate Bill 1056, the House has insisted.
For what purpose does the senator from Hampton rise?
Having voted on the prevailing side by which Senate Bill 1413 did not pass, I ask that we reconsider the vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1413 was not concurred with be reconsidered? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Having previously explained the bill, I move that we concur with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The Senate concurs with the House substitute.
Senate Bill 1056. The House insists on its amendments and requests a committee of conference.
Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
I move we accede to the House request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the House request for a committee of conference on the bill? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Deeds, or Senators Eben, McPike, and Reeves. Senate Bill 1449. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Again, Senator Eben.
I move we cordially agree to the House request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the committee, Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville? The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 1449? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0. Rule 36-1. The Senate accedes to request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Local Government, Senator McPike, Senators Eben, McPike, and Hackworth. Uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading.
Senator Surreville, a senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Madam President, I move that all the House bills on second reading on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 13 through 19, House Bills 1639 to 2769, the rules be suspended, and the second constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 13 through 19, House Bill 1639 through House Bill 2769 be dispensed with? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator Surreville.
Madam President, I move that all those bills go by for the day.
The question now is, shall the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on their third reading go by for the day? Those in favor of that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills will go by for the day. Senator Surreville.
Inquiry of the clerk. No, whoa, one more.
Senator Bagby, the senior senator from Enrico.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, SB 1259. Page
On
9.
page 9. The senator may continue.
Madam President, I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments in speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, the House amendment states that the individuals who serve in the role of CEO of the VCU Health Systems as of June 30th, 2025 shall continue in that role until the date on which the Board of Directors of the authority appoints such individual successor. That version, the version that we passed in the Senate, did not provide for this, and I would hope that we would concur.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House amendment on Senate Bill 1259? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate concurs with the House amendment on Senate Bill 1259. Senator from Norfolk, Senator Williams Graves.
Madam President, I rise to recall the vote by which we concurred with the House substitute on Senate Bill 1393. Again.
What page was that,
Page
Senator?
10 of
Page
the
10.
original calendar.
The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1393 concurred with the substitute passed by the House be reconsidered? That was passed by the Senate. Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The vote is reconsidered. Senator Williams Graves.
Thank you, Madam President. So that DLS and Finance can get their stuff together and be on one accord, I move that this bill go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1393 goes by for the day. Finally, Senator Somerville.
Inquiry of the clerk. Does that complete our calendar?
Yes,
Awesome.
sir.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? The clerk will read any announcements on the desk.
Today, Tuesday, February 18th, the Rural Caucus will meet at 5 p.m., House Room 900, 9th floor of the GAB. Tomorrow, Wednesday, February 19th, the Democratic Caucus will meet 45 minutes before session in Senate Room 1, and the Republican Caucus will meet 45 minutes before session in Senate Room 2.
Senator Somerville.
Madam President, rise for an announcement.
Senator has the floor.
Just a reminder, everybody, that we have judicial elections tomorrow. We did the certifications a moment ago. The elections will be tomorrow. There'll be a little bit back and forth on that. Maybe a trophy might work its way into the presentation down the hall. We'll see. But in any event, I want to make sure everybody's aware of that, and make sure you got your start dates right on the resolution for when we pass. Make sure those judges start on the right dates if you haven't checked up on that. Thanks.
Senator from Isle of Wight, Senator Jordan.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an announcement.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The clerk so aptly noted tonight the Rural Caucus's meeting. It'll be the last meeting of this year, but I wanted to note that anyone who'd like to attend, we will have Speaker Don Scott, Secretary of HHR Janet Kelly, and then also Secretary of Labor Brian Slater joining us if you'd like to join us this evening on the 9th floor. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise for an announcement.
The senator has.
9 to go. 9 checks and we're good. We sent some emails out, coming around to your doors. Let's get them in. Let's get it done. Thanks.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? The senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia.